Bienvenidos a la Junta de Supervisores. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors en español. We want our Spanish-speaking residents to have more access to county government in their own language, and Spanish live translation can make that possible in person and remotely. Un grupo de intérpretes están en vivo en la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores traduciendo simultáneamente. Usted puede ver, escuchar y participar en persona o por internet de esta reunión los martes. For those who come in person and want to listen in, headsets are available at the Clerk of the Board reception. Aquellos que vienen y desean escuchar la reunión, tenemos disponibles audífonos en el vestíbulo de la oficina del secretario de la Junta. And for those who want to tune in, a Spanish live stream is available on RivCo.org. Aquellos que desean sintonizarnos pueden hacerlo a través del portal RivCo.org. Los intérpretes también están listos para traducir cualquier comentario del público en el podio o por teléfono. Interpreters are available and ready to translate any comments from the public at the podium or via phone. Board meeting agendas and minutes are published in Spanish on RivCo.org. Las agendas y minutos de la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores son publicadas en español en RivCo.org. Queremos saber de usted y que se entere de todo lo que pasa en el gobierno del condado de Riverside en su propio idioma. We want your participation in Riverside County Government.
We'll try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Much better, much better. We're going to call this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. for the Riverside County Board of Supervisors of the April 28th meeting. We'll begin with roll call. Tap it, tap it.
No, screen's not.
We have a screen down. Oh,
Man
two.
down, man down. Yeah. They're gonna fix it one way, yeah.
No, mine's not working. Yeah, Chuck's is working.
Yes.
Looks like a little too quick. They're going around.
Okay, we're having a technology problem, and instead of delaying the entire meeting, we're going to go ahead and start with a little bit of the verbal. We'll do the invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, our visitor today, and then we're getting to presentation, so we can go without this. So we'll have to do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Medina, Supervisor Spiegel,
Here.
Supervisor Washington,
Here.
Supervisor Perez, Supervisor Gutierrez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. And if we could have Bryn Jarek from the volunteer chaplain from the Riverside County Fire Department come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to have Dr. Chang come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning to you on the board. Would everybody please bow their heads with me for the invocation? Father, we just come before thee today, and Lord, we lift this day up to you. Lord, we don't know what this day holds. We don't know what may go on, but you do. So I'd ask that you would bring just wisdom and discernment to this board as they make decisions on things, as they hear petitions, as they hear the requests that would be brought forth. And Lord, for everyone that's here, Lord, it looks like there might be some stuff that's going to be fun and enjoyable and some recognition for people that have done their jobs within the community, within this county, Lord, in this city, that you would be with them also, Lord, as they are recognized. And so, Lord, we'd ask again that you would give this board wisdom and discernment. And Lord, that there be a calmness in this place as things are brought up, as those that bring them forth will bring them with respect to this board, but also with clarity and passion. Because I'm sure as they bring things forth that is what they're going to do, because that's why they're here. So, Lord, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for all that's going to go on. In your son's precious name, amen.
Good morning, everyone. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brent, and thank you, Dr. Chang. And I'm not seeing, but where is our special guest? There we are.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chelsea Godfrey with the Department of Animal Services. I am excited to introduce you to Rexy this morning. She is an incredibly sweet 2-year-old German Shepherd mix, incredibly docile. She's been at our shelter since January, and she is looking for her forever home. Last night, I decided to take her home with me before the meeting so that she could relax. And when I saw her in her kennel, she was really shy and very standoffish, and I was a little nervous because I have 2 kids at home, and one is the opposite of that, very high energy. And I wanted her to actually have a relaxing experience, and so I got a little nervous, but after about 15 minutes of being home, she was a completely different dog. She was curious and comfortable and playful and still sweet. And I wanted to tell you all that because I do want to encourage you, if you do visit one of our shelters, to not just pass on by the dog that's, jumping up and down or barking in his kennel or scared in the corner. Take them out, let them get comfortable for 15 minutes or so and really give you a chance to see their personality. I also want to say I have a pretty strong record. The 2 dogs I've brought to these meetings have both been adopted same day. And so I'm hoping that she is no different and she finds her home. And to that point, I do want to say thank you to our supervisors for this platform week or meeting after meeting. It really does work and it does make a difference. So thank you.
And if anybody is interested, we'll be around in the back.
Yes, I will.
And she's waiting for you to come take Roxy. So we would love to see that happen. We've had such success at our board meetings, so let's keep that going. Okay, we are going to now begin with presentations. Supervisor Perez, you're going to...
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I understand there's a phone call and I was speaking. As long as Mr. Medina doesn't bite, we're good.
I won't bite, promise.
All right. ¿Cómo estamos? Welcome back. Okay. Good? All right, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, audience, for your indulgence there. This month is Autism Awareness Month, and I thought it'd be great that we actually had a presentation on the issue of autism. As a matter of fact, you might have heard myself or my colleagues talk about this issue over the course of years now, around this time, but just ongoing. There are a lot of folks that are struggling with this issue because we lack many times the services, the programs throughout our county. I remember when I first became supervisor, this is one of my first meetings that I had was specifically on this item. But I know we're doing what we can. And with that, I thought it'd be important that we bring up Josh Hines, our community engagement manager with the Visit Greater Palm Springs. And I believe he's got a few slides to make. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. As soon as you're done, then we're going to go up there and take a photo with you. But I think it's important you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Supervisor Perez. Good morning, everyone. As he said, I'm Josh Hines. I'm a community engagement manager with Visit Greater Palm Springs. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you quickly about our Certified Autism Destination initiative that we've been working on. I have a blended family with 3 boys on the autism spectrum, so this initiative means a lot to me, and I'm happy to talk about it. The initiative is about asking businesses to get their staff members training about autism so they can better serve individuals on the spectrum. The training is designed by the IBCCES Board of Certifications, and they require that 80% of the staff members take the training, and then you become what's called a Certified Autism Center. For Greater Palm Springs to become a Certified Autism Destination, IBCCES set a benchmark on how many businesses we needed to get certified. It took us about 3 years, but we became only the fourth area in the United States to be designated as a Certified Autism Destination. 4th in the United States, 5th in the world. For the workers that complete this training, they gain knowledge on how to better welcome and support individuals with special needs, and it builds morale and confidence within their team. For the family members, the individuals on the spectrums, the parents like me, we feel like this shows us that businesses want us there. We feel accepted, we feel supported, and if we need assistance, we have comfort knowing that employees took the training and they can help us. For the businesses themselves, this certification is something they can be proud of and they can market. It shows the public that they care about those with disabilities, and they want individuals and families to come to their business and know it's a safe space. But ultimately, to me, the greatest impact about this initiative is that we began to work on this at Visit Greater Palm Springs so that we could tell the world as a tourism marketing organization that, hey, come to Greater Palm Springs. We have places that have taken the training, and if you are an individual on the spectrum or a family that has somebody on the spectrum, you can come here and feel safe. But if you look at what's on the slide right now, all those logos represent over 3,500 citizens in our area that have taken the training. That's 3,500 people that know a little bit more about autism, so that they can use that knowledge in everyday life when they see my son at the supermarket or at a game or anything like that. That's the real true impact on this, is it makes our community a greater place to live, work, and play, and visit. So obviously we want to continue to grow this initiative. We would love to have your support as we grow it and amplify the program and continue to make a positive difference. I'm willing to answer any questions or whatever, but I appreciate Supervisor Perez giving me a moment to tell everybody about it.
For sure. Thank you, Josh. And if folks take a look at that one slide or that one page, if you will, you know, the Living Desert Reserve, for example, and Zoo, that's an awesome place to go visit. And it's a beautiful place. It's been growing for years now. And the fact is now it's also part of the list, which is awesome. The tram, you know, the tram, who doesn't like the tram? You know, going all the way up especially in
You're afraid of
August when
heights?
it's 120 degrees back home, and you're up there and you're among nice weather. Or Friends of the Desert Mountains, for example, or the museums that we have over there, the Children's Museum, and our very own county festival, our fairgrounds. You know, that's also another site. And there's many here, as you heard already. So I want to just say thank you to just the idea of coming up with this. Scott White and the entire team, and you guys are just coming forward with this effort. I think it says a lot about our area, our destination, and obviously it demonstrates to the families that we care. Just one last point I want to make before I ask my colleagues, maybe say a few words and take a photo with you is, you know, not too long ago we passed a rancho ordinance in which, you know, the ranchos out in the area, you know, were advocating so that they could have their quinceañeras, you know, their weddings, their fiestas. Well, there's one ranch in specific called, it's the Lua family. And they consistently have events for youth that have disabilities and specifically that have autism. And I've been to their events and they just go out of the way to do it and free. Yeah. They don't rent out the place. They actually ask people to come. They call all the different vendors and they just have a show for the kids. They have music, all that good stuff. I've had an opportunity to go at least a couple of times now. And it's on Avenue 54, and I think that'd be something that could be highlighted as well. And I'll let them know about what we're doing here through Greater Palm Springs. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Gutierrez has a question.
Just great presentation, by the way. Are these online modules or classes or in person?
Online modules.
Okay,
So the majority of them are 30 minutes long. In leadership, supervisors, directors, they take a 2.5 hour longer, more intense course. But it's a broad course and it saves as you go. You don't have to do it all at once.
Thank you. Thank you for the initiative.
Okay, let's join you.
Yeah, okay, folks, can we take a photo with Josh?
Sure.
Thank you. Well, once again, folks, although it's also it's Autism Month, it's also want to state that it's National Fair Housing Month as well. And I think it was important that we actually do a presentation on this item. I wanted to highlight, to recognize the housing rights and housing fairness and the fact that there are protections from discrimination. And this goes back obviously many years to the civil rights movement, and which we should appreciate. April is Fair Housing Month because it was the month that the Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968, nearly 60 years ago, to prohibit discrimination in housing. And I understand that we have some guests here. Is Rose Mays, as well as the staff. Are they here? Okay, well, we have staff here, right? This is the leadership team from Housing and Workforce Solutions. And I thought that maybe Rose would be here. Okay. The County of Riverside values its longstanding relationship with the Fair Housing Council of Riverside County to combat housing discrimination. And I'm just going to go ahead and turn this over to Heidi and ask my colleagues as well to come up for a photo when this is said and done.
Thank you, Supervisor and members of the board. We so appreciate the opportunity to come and highlight this month. We also want to take a moment to appreciate the work that the Fair Housing Council is doing on behalf of Riverside County. Rose Mays had planned on being here today, but she and her team are also hosting a Southern California Fair Housing Conference just down the street at the Convention Center, so she is a bit delayed. I know the supervisor wanted to make sure that we took a moment to thank the team for all of the work that we are doing surrounding housing in the County of Riverside, and for that we have prepared a short video.
A door that locks against the night, a window bright with morning light. No longer drifting, worn or frayed, but rooted deep, a home well made. It is the silence, calm and deep, a quiet anchored place to sleep, to hang a photo, paint a door, and feel secure and so much more. No more worries, no more fear. At last, a place that keeps me near. Roots that anchor, strong and fast. A gentle refuge meant to last. For home is more than a roof and wall. It is a place we rise up tall. To breathe, to rest, to laugh, be known. And here in Riverside County, we call it home. Riverside County celebrates National Fair Housing Month.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they'd like to say a few words, and we'll start here with Mr. Gutierrez. No? Okay. Chuck.
Of course. You guys are doing incredible work, and I appreciate that. A little bit of my own history. From the year 2000 to 2003, I served as the president of Habitat for Humanity, Inland Valley, and we built the first 2 homes in Temecula. Now, since then, they've built a number of homes, and they're much better run than when I was running it. And actually, I wasn't running it, just a board member. But right around the corner from where we built those 2 homes, last week I was at a ribbon cutting for an affordable housing project that the county partnered on. It was the second ribbon cutting in 2 weeks. I'd previously been at one in Murrieta, and then one in Temecula. And I think later this week, I'm going to Wildomar for a third. In my 4 cities, we're doing an incredible job partnering with cities and helping people acquire housing that is affordable so that they can continue working and raising a family. And we're a part of that. And sometimes it isn't seen, the work that counties do. But it's important work. It happens often in the backdrop behind the day-to-day stuff that happens in cities. Folks know they have a mayor in a city and they have parades, but in the meantime, well, we don't do parades. Well, Manny does. And he likes them.
Slowing down.
Yeah, he's slowing down. But we do the things that I think add to the quality of life in our communities, and I couldn't be more proud of the housing effort that all of you have made, so thank you.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate Riverside County's housing team for the great work that they do every day, day in and day out. Before coming to the board meeting this morning, I had the chance to give the welcome to the Riverside Fair Housing out there with Rose Mays, and they had quite a turnout, as they do every year. And as a former teacher, I know firsthand the difference that housing makes in families. Seeing one of my own students having to live in a shelter and then go into housing, what a difference that makes in families' lives. And in the 10 years that I served in the legislature, I think my proudest moment was to hand over the keys to a family who received a house from Habitat for Humanity. So again, congratulations to Riverside County's housing team for their great work.
I think the thing that I'm most proud of is with this team is it's not any one district. You work in all of our districts to make sure that it's spread across the county, that people don't have to disrupt their lives when they have a place to finally live. They have a community already built in. So thank you for the efforts that you've all done, looking for every piece of funding that we can get to accumulate to make these things happen. And your partnership with Rose Mays and her team just makes this a true county-wide venture that we all are part of. So thank you for your leadership, all of you.
How about staff? Heidi is saying some. Come on, Greg. Good? Okay, folks, let's take a photo then. Thank you.
And I'm not sure who's here from Donate Life Month. I would never have guessed it was you today. I never know who's going to show up, so thank you. I think your organization came to us 6 months ago. So they've been on the agenda this entire time. So all of everything that's been added, this is their month, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge it, because when you hear how important it is. Come on up here. And you are?
Fabian Cuevas. I am a civic affairs specialist with One Legacy. Is it okay if I read from my... The printer wasn't working, sorry. Well, good morning, Riverside County. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here representing One Legacy. We are Southern California's designated organ procurement organization nonprofit, proudly serving 7 counties here in Southern California. We connect 215 hospitals with 9 transplant centers and serving a diverse population of 20 million people. I am here to represent One Legacy and also have the distinct honor of telling the story of donor mother Kat Matz, who is a resident of Riverside County. On behalf of our entire community, I want to sincerely thank the board for your continued support of organ, eye, and tissue donation, and for recognizing the important cause through your proclamation again this year, as you have done in prior years. Your leadership helps raise awareness, encourages meaningful conversations, and ultimately saves lives. There are currently over 107,000 people waiting for life-saving organs across the country, and 20% of them live here in California. For Kat, this mission is deeply personal. Her 11-year-old son, Christopher, became an organ donor. In the midst of unimaginable loss, Kat and her family made the decision to say yes to donation, and because of that decision, lives were not only saved, but families were given hope in the moments where there once was none. She has had the incredible honor of meeting all 3 of Christopher's organ recipients, the individuals who received his kidneys, pancreas, and liver. She got to stand in front of them, to see their smiles, to meet their families, and to witness the lives they are now able to live because of the courageous decision that her and her family made for Christopher. It is something she will carry with her forever. In this moment, she realized that donation doesn't just save lives, it connects them. Her son's legacy is still living on through each of them that she's gotten to meet. In every milestone they've reached and every memory they continue to make, that is all thanks to her son, Christopher, who became a hero not just for her, but for 3 other families that day. That is the true power of organ, eye, and tissue donation. Something that Kat likes to mention to all of us in the office is through this tragedy, she got to learn that her son's blood type was B positive. So she takes that message with her every day, regardless of any obstacle that comes her way. She tries to be positive in the community and spread positivity to others, the way that her son continues to do even after their tragic loss of him. Because of communities like Riverside County, more people are learning about the importance of registering to become an organ donor. And if you're not comfortable with that, we at least like people to make well-informed decisions by coming to talk to us and get accurate information about organ, eye, and tissue donation and the life-saving impacts it has on everybody. Thank you again for your continued support, your compassion, and for helping families like Kat's turn tragedy into loss. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. How many of you are organ donors listed on? Wow, that is impressive. Those without your hands up, think again. You're not going to think about it when tragedy happens. That's what we have on our driver's license, a little sticker, while you sign up ahead of time when you're healthy and life's going wonderful, because you will live on with somebody else's life that you've given. So I hope that more of you that think about it, get your family. It just takes something simple, and it's wonderful. Colleagues, you want to take a picture real quick? Yes. Oh. Okay. Who's here from Public Health for the National Public Health Week? Of course Kim's here. Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to pass it to you. You have better information and share more information.
Okay. Thank you so much, Supervisor Spiegel, and thank you to the board for allowing us a couple of minutes. Every April we celebrate Public Health Week. This year it was April 6th through 12th, and we had lots of events going on throughout the community. But this year is actually a very special year for us because public health is celebrating 100 years. So the health department was established in 1926, but actually our roots go even a little bit deeper than that. The first health officer was established in 1893, but they were only part-time. So 1926 reflects the year that we hired our first full-time public health officer, and then established the structure of the department and started working on communicable disease prevention. So 100 years of organized public health in Riverside County this year. I want to just talk really briefly about some of the programs that we have, and I'm not going to hit all of them because we'd be here for a long time, but just to take you on a quick tour through history with me. In the 1930s and 40s, we expanded our reach by establishing tuberculosis control program, launching public vaccination campaigns, opening maternal and child health clinics, taking on food, dairy, water sanitation. And you may be thinking, but wait, doesn't environmental health do that? Yes, absolutely. But back at the start, up until I believe the 80s, environmental health was part of the public health department. So those services were part of public health. In the 50s and 60s, we added school-based immunization programs, restaurant inspections, septic system regulation. In the 70s and 80s, we expanded into family planning, sexually transmitted infection programs, HIV/AIDS surveillance and education. Also expanded into hazardous material oversight, again, an environmental health function, and widening our role really in safeguarding community health. In the 90s and 2000s, we strengthened our epidemiology infrastructure. We adopted electronic disease reporting systems, got involved with tobacco control efforts, built a robust emergency preparedness program. And then those investments proved invaluable as we entered into the 2010s. And we got into things like our opioid surveillance and our overdose fatality review committee. And then came the early 2020s, a time we all remember, with the defining public health challenge of our time, the COVID-19 pandemic. And our public health team led the way with testing, vaccination, education, outreach, work that really demanded extraordinary resilience, innovation, and partnership with the community. We couldn't have done it without our community partners. Today, we look ahead with that same spirit of commitment. Public health is now focused on having more real-time information, so better surveillance systems so that we can track what's happening in our community and intervene if there are negative health outcomes. We are strengthening and sustaining our partnerships with those community-based, faith-based organizations, schools, businesses, all of the people that play a role in the health of our community. We've launched a violence prevention program. We're modernizing our data sharing so that we can, again, have a better picture of what's happening in our community. And at the end of the day, all of these efforts reflect a truth that has defined us for 100 years now. Public health continually adapts to meet the needs of the community. For 100 years, we've been here, protecting, educating, and serving Riverside County. And with the support of this board, the executive office, our amazing staff, many of whom are in the audience here today, and the trust of our residents, we're going to be here for another 100 years and beyond. So thank you for this today. Thank you, and happy anniversary, Public Health.
So Kim, you just made a statement with a lot of witnesses that you're going to be here for the next 100 years.
Maybe not me.
I think I share with you, I grew up with, my grandmother was the director of the public health department in St. Louis.
Yes.
So I had a whole different look in the Midwest. And one thing you missed that this board did, and that was the fentanyl.
Well, opioid surveillance.
Yeah, but that was earlier.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
My colleagues want to come join for a picture? Thank you so much for all of you as they come up, for what you do, because it's behind the doors that people don't realize what's connected to what you accomplish for our community. So thank you.
Folks, we can have
Yeah. Yes.
Now, this is an unusual attendance today. How many of you come to board meetings before and kind of were surprised when you saw how many people were here? I don't think everybody's angry at us. There's not going to be all this public comments because we actually are celebrating. We have a lot of our team members here within Riverside County that are going to be recognized for their years of service. So I can go ahead and have Tammy come up with your team and you can kick it off and
we have 40 people, so you can wait if you'd like to wait. All right, well, thank you, Supervisor Spiegel, members of the board, Mr. Tran, Mr. Van Wagenen. I'm Tammy Douglas Schatz, and I'm here from Human Resources to join the board and the team up here in celebrating all of you for your years of service, dedicating your time and energy to supporting our community and all the great work that you do. And so we have a lot of folks. We've got 40 people to celebrate today over 5 different departments. So we're going to get started right away with the Auditor Controller's Office. So if Ben Benoit would join me up here. Thanks, Ben. And we have one person to celebrate from the Auditor Controller for 25 years of service, Caroline Kim. Hmm. 30 years. We shorted you 5 years. Well, congratulations. All right, and everyone can just stay up here. We're going to take one large photo at the end. So next we have the Department of Child Support Services. If Nicole Wyndham-Hurt would join me on the stage. Right, we'll start with 25 years of service, Melissa DeFries. Yes, yeah, and you can just stay up here. Congratulations. Lisa Smith, 25 years of service. Maria Roman, 25 years of service. Marisol Campos, 25 years of service. Sandra Guerra, 25 years of service. And for 30 years of service, Noelia Franco. And 35 years of service. Let's congratulate Lupita Andrade. And before we move on, Nicole herself is celebrating 25 years of service, so congratulations, Nicole. Right, next we will invite the Riverside University Health System Medical Center and Community Health Center group. So if Zare Sarafian would join me and your team as well. Good to see you. right, this team would like to celebrate starting 25 years of service, Anne Marie Tony. "25 years of service, Derek Knight. "25 years of service, Johan Ingetti. "25 years of service, Rehana Nori. And 25 years of service, Kevin Davis. And another 25 years of service, Maria Orta. "25 years of service, Kimberly Boozer. And 25 years of service, Diana Quintero. And following Diana, 25 years of service, Joan Castleberry. Our next group has 35 years of service, and we'll start with Josephine Williams. Also 35 years of service, Jacqueline Jones Haynes. And another 35 years of service, Tracy Lancaster. Congratulations. Thank you. Hey, congratulations. Josephine, Jacqueline, and Tracy. Okay. We'll get it to you. All right, and that concludes your group. And we'll move on to public health. If Kim would join us back up on the dais and her leadership team. Okay, 25 years of service. Let's celebrate Gail Hoxter. "25 years of service, Shelley Nail. James Joe, 25 years of service. Tanya Lee, 25 years of service. Angela Rothschild, 25 years of service. And another 25 years of service, Stella Pasquale. And a special note for our next honoree, 45 years of service.
Oh, my Lord.
Barbara Cole. All right, so that's amazing. That's public health, so we're going to behavioral health.
She was the one that called me when I had COVID. During COVID.
All right, our next health group is behavioral health. Dr. Chang would like to join us. And anybody else from the behavioral health team?
Yeah.
Good. Folks are coming. Stage the photo. Some of you can stand at the front so we can see you. I know, it's so fun. Mine as well. All right, behavioral health team, we are here to celebrate 25 years of service for Mary Jo Carpio. And 25 years of service, Elisa Ledesma. Congratulations. 25 years of service, Adriana Lilly. "25 years of service, Michael Mestajo. "25 years of service, Hilda O'Connell. "25 years of service, Elaine Seo. Yay, celebration. And 25 years of service, Candy Uribe. And we have several folks with 30 years of service. So we'll start with Mary Jo Alvarez, 30 years. "30 years of service, Richard Cabrera. "30 years of service for Cynthia Harrigan. And 30 years of service, Victor Ramirez. And let's give a round of applause. That is everyone today. Congratulations, everyone.
password, guys. Can't see this one.
So Tammy, as a symbol, how many years did you tally all these years up?
Oh my gosh, I wish I would have. Let's see, 40 times an average of 28 years. Who's good at math?
And many of you do not look to be 25, 30, 35 years, 45 years.
Started at 2.
Oh, start at 2.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go to the back of the room. Everybody squeeze in. We're going to come through. Check, go down there. And then go down there. My shoulder can too. Look at the back of the room.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Try me real quick. It's being difficult. Sorry, guys. Here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
As soon as they're done. They want to be rude. They're trying to get one more picture. Well, thank you, everybody who's remaining. I appreciate your patience. It's actually kind of exciting to see that many longevity folks. And I was teasing one of the departments and said, you didn't have very many. He says, they just want to be up and work. They don't want all the attention. So there are more than this. So it's really exciting to see Riverside County has some people who want to be here. So I really appreciate that. Actually, not some, have lots of people that choose to be here. Okay, we're going to move on. I do want to remind anybody who is here for public comment, please get your cards in. We want to make sure we have that smooth and that people aren't jumping up at the end of it so we can move forward. Okay, Clerk of the Board, can we have an update?
There are no additions, deletions, corrections, or notations. We have speakers signed up for items 2.14, 3.3, 3.4, 3.11, 3.12, 3.24, and 16.6, and public hearing items 21.2, 21.6, and 21.8.
Do any of my colleagues have any items they wish to pull? Supervisor Gutierrez.
I'd like to pull item 3.12, but I believe it was already pulled, right?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Perez.
Yes, Madam Chair. 2.12, 2.19, and 18.1. And there are a set of items, not that we need to pull them, but 16.1, 16.4, and 16.6, they're all related to parks, specific to Lake Cahuilla. So I'm not sure, maybe I'll pull one and then that person can speak to all of them. If that's all right, I guess I'm not sure how.
I'll pull them all three and we can vote on block.
Okay.
That way they can- Yeah.
16.1, 16.4, 16.6.
Okay.
But we'll
And
probably just
2.12, 2.19, 18.21.
18.1.
Point one.
Thank you.
Supervisor Washington, you have anything? I don't have any. Okay. Do you have any, you got that all down, Ms. Clerk? Yes. Okay. Quite a few. Okay, with that, do we see a motion for the remainder? Okay, and that passes 5-0. Okay. Let's go back to item 2.12.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If we could have someone from the Office of Economic Development speak to the item. I just thought it'd be important, especially after the fact that we did have a real nice gathering. Come on up, Suzanne, and we had a nice gathering between my staff and members of the Economic Development team back home, as well as Suzanne brought in her entire team. And it was a nice lunch, and we had also great conversation. And it needed to be had because I didn't know everything that we did, and we've been discussing that. So I just felt that, take a little bit of time just to discuss what do we have in store as far as strategic plan is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Madam Chair, members of the board, Suzanne Holland, Office of Economic Development. Today's item, 2.12, is a receive and file for the county's Economic Development Strategic Plan. We utilized the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, the ARPA dollars, so that we could put a path forward towards our long-term recovery due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which we all know negatively impacted our business community and with the closures and the shutdowns. This Economic Development Strategic Plan will act as a guiding framework for the Office of Economic Development and for all of our partners to support sustainable economic growth and elevate Riverside County's economic profile. One of the key takeaways from this effort is that it confirmed we are focused on the right priorities. This isn't a shift in direction. It's a validation and strengthening of the work already underway across Riverside County. Riverside County is driving a new era of growth. However, growth alone is not the goal. This plan is designed to align with and enhance ongoing economic development efforts across our region, and including a sub-regional plan for the Coachella Valley, while focusing on strategic priorities relevant to Riverside County, including attracting and creating high-level job opportunities. I'd like to turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Kimberly Wright, that will give you a brief overview.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. The Economic Development Strategic Plan is a 5-year roadmap that will guide our work from 2026 to 2030. It also serves as the Riverside County's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS, which has been approved by the U.S. Economic Development Administration, positioning the county to better compete for federal funding and investment opportunities. The plan was developed through an extensive stakeholder process. We conducted 18 meetings across all regions of the county, engaging approximately 125 business and community leaders. This was followed by broader community engagement, including public meetings and an online review period with 6 webinars over several weeks to ensure additional input and transparency. Importantly, the plan also includes strategic actions tailored to each of the county's 5 subregions, recognizing that each has a unique area of strength, challenges, and its own opportunities. Additionally, we developed a dedicated Coachella Valley economic development strategy to reflect the region's unique economic role. The Coachella Valley supports nearly 188,000 jobs and has a higher employment density than the rest of the county overall, making it a key employment center. We work closely with the Visit Greater Palm Springs Economic Development team to ensure alignment and coordinated regional approach with this strategy. As we use this plan and the subregional strategy, implementation will rely on strong countywide partnerships, bringing together higher education, utilities, tribal partners, cities, and regional organizations across the county to ensure a coordinated approach to economic development. Through this process, the overall plan identified key industry sectors that will help drive future economic growth, including advanced manufacturing, ag tech, life sciences, clean energy, creative media, cybersecurity, and hospitality and tourism. Importantly, the plan reinforces that we are not starting from zero. We are already seeing strong momentum in several of these sectors. In clean technologies, companies like Omeo, Vol2, PV Circonomy, and announced just earlier this month, Rivian Automotive, are investing in Riverside County. In ag tech, companies like Cedarina are advancing innovation in agriculture. Just last week, the Murrieta Innovation Center celebrated its ribbon cutting for the remodeled facility and an incredible new wet lab, which will continue to attract life sciences and health tech startups. Riverside, and that momentum is not done. It's continuing this week. Riverside County is hosting 17 international investors as part of a Select USA spinoff event. These companies will be here specifically to explore opportunities in life sciences and clean and green technology. These investors will also experience Riverside County's innovation ecosystem firsthand at the county Fast Pitch finale tomorrow evening, where they'll see local entrepreneurs and startups in action. The following day, they will tour UC Riverside Center for Environmental Research and Technology and the Life Sciences Incubator, and hear directly from many regional partners. This is exactly what the plan is designed to support: connecting our assets, industries, and partnerships to attract investment and create high-quality job opportunities for our residents. The full plan, the Coachella Valley Subregional Strategy, and a link to the digital SEDS with an interactive data center and dashboard are all available on our website at rivcoed/EDSP, and fully downloadable and great resource and tool all online there. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any thoughts on the Film Commission and specific to the Palm Springs Film Festival? I'm not sure what the conversation was on after I left.
Well, the plan specifically does highlight digital creative as part of a priority sector, and so that goes hand in hand what we're seeing with the film industry. We are a large supporter. We did get to meet with the Palm Springs International Film Society, and we are working with them on their upcoming The Short Festivals, which are coming up soon. In that partnership, we will have our county seal and department logo, the Film Commission logo, on all of the screens prior to each and every screening, attracting filmmakers across the globe. So definitely a priority, and we'll continue to attract filmmakers to the region with our familiarization tours that we've been hosting. We have 2 more that we are working with Visit Greater Palm Springs still coming this year, and we'll continue those efforts each year.
Well, thank you for that. I've seen our logo in the past for the actual event, the gala, where our logo's like this big in comparison to others. So let's enlarge that. We have to be, let it be known that we're in the house.
Absolutely. Yes. Continue to put ourselves on the map.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That passes 5-0. See how quick that is for all that hours and hours of work that you put into that? Okay, 2.14.
We have one online speaker, Brad Anderson.
Good morning, Brad.
Yes, good morning. My name's Brad Anderson. I currently live at 37043 Berber Drive in the city of Ensenada, which is located in Coachella Valley. You're getting a lot of attention today on your board meeting agenda. Anyway, I wanted to talk about item 2.14, with the consent item concerning the tax collector of Riverside County and investments made and requirements to report this to the Board of Supervisors. I just want to emphasize, sorry, I might have another phone on. I might want to emphasize that these investments are roughly over $16 billion now out of the county's hands, meaning they're not doing anything for the county except collecting interest, I guess, maybe. And a lot of that income is coming from what the county tax collector is doing to senior citizens, such as myself, trying to attempt to dehouse them, meaning taking their properties unwillingly. So I just want people to know that. I'll be talking on other items kind of related to the same subjects throughout the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please continue to vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. Next, we have 2.19.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I asked Carolina, or staff did, just to kind of give us a brief update specifically on the item of HR 1 and your thoughts as to how that's coming along.
Hi. Hi, Chair Spiegel, members of the board. What you have before you is our legislative report. In that report, there is a series of correspondence that we have shared with the state legislature to both highlight the budgetary impacts that we think will happen as a result of the current budget negotiations, but more importantly, to your point, Supervisor Perez, we are highlighting really what we are concerned about, which is HR 1 implementation. Locally, that has what we call sort of two different ways it's impacting us. I did share a visual, which hopefully we'll get up in a second, from the team. Thank you. So the HR 1 impacts, we broke it down into the impacts for the health and hospital service. Before I go into this sheet, I just wanted to highlight last month, you all brought before the board an effort to try to do an advocacy strategy that's more broad. We are working with Santa Clara County, the urban counties, CSAC, and many of the other associations, which I know you all are sitting on the board of, to try to see what we can do to really stress to the legislature that these cuts are going to be devastating to our counties. The challenge really becomes that within the different, all of the counties in the state, the impact looks a little different. Some counties don't have county hospitals, as an example. Others don't have FQHCs. So that means that the approach to what we're doing on advocacy really needs to thread the needle on the things that are the priority for our county and finding the right allies to push this statewide. We worked with our communications team to really create this visual, which we hope some other counties will adopt, so that members of the legislature will see a more apples to apples comparison of what the impacts are. So looking on the left side of the screen here, the impact on our health and human services, we look at, really it's twofold. It's the local revenue loss, and it's also the local increased cost. I know that our CEO, Jeff Van Wagenen, gave you a little bit of a precursor of some of these impacts when we did the last budget review. So just walking you through it, and thanks to the RUHS team and all of the different departments that contributed to this. We predict that we'll have 100,000 patients lose Medi-Cal, and that's because of the new requirements that the federal government is putting on Medi-Cal enrollment. That will result in 1 million fewer visits, 25,000 fewer hospital bed days, and a loss of $300 million in revenues, plus a local increased cost of 62,000 additional indigent patients. So what does that mean? Prior to the Affordable Care Act, we used to see indigent patients at a higher level. As the Affordable Care Act expanded who was eligible for care, we saw those people go from being indigent to being covered through Medi-Cal and Medicare. That will now move back to pre-ACA, which is how we get to that 62,000 number. And that's going to be a total increased cost that we're predicting of $150 million. That's a grand total of $450 million just on the health and hospital services side. One of the things we're focusing on is these numbers sound really big, but how do we bring them into focus for members of the legislature and the public so that they understand? In the coming weeks, we will present you all with a plan that we have in terms of how we're communicating week over week between now and the state budget, when the state budget is due and signed, how we think that this is going to impact our communities. Thanks to the communications team for coming up with this visualization of the devastating cycle. We know what this is going to mean. Even if you don't have a family member who is currently covered, the reality is that as we see more people coming into our emergency rooms with higher need, that's going to impact all of our community members. So we really want to tell those stories. We are seeing that we're already partnering with some of the individuals who are going to be impacted by that. Think of the larger health systems, the insurers, to try to say, how can we all work collectively to make sure that we minimize that impact when it comes to patient offload delays, right? The reality is the story we have to tell is instead of getting people insulin, now we're going to be doing amputation. That's the reality, what it's going to look like on the street. So we need to work to tell that story. Our state budget requests, and I want to thank members of the board who have been helping us deliver this message to the legislature and the governor, is to have $761 million for indigent care statewide, $500 million to save public hospitals, and $228 million for behavioral health. I'll stop there in case you have questions on that page before I go on to CalFresh. No?
How real is that?
How real is this? I mean, if you ask me, I think that how realistic is it that we get the funding or the number that we came up with?
No, the funding.
The funding, I think in talking to the advocates in Sacramento and hearing the legislature, I will say that the Senate a few weeks ago did release their budget priorities and did include some initial HR 1 funding. The things that I think are actually likely to get funding and that are sort of coming into focus as a priority is the public hospital piece. I think that the indigent care piece is a very, very hard lift because people don't remember pre-ACA how significant that impact was. And I don't think, in all honesty, that members of the legislature realize that if we have to make these cuts on this side, and I haven't even gotten into the CalFresh side, the reality is that we're going to have to cut services other places because at the end of the day, we are responsible by law to provide that indigent care. Right. We can't say no. We can't turn people away at the emergency room. And we also need to cover those costs anytime anybody comes into an emergency room within our county. So I think that honestly, thinking about the realisticness, what's realistic here, I think we're going to have to find some real allies to tell the story on indigent care supervisor. And then we're also going to need to have to figure out how do we work with the other public hospitals to uplift that message statewide.
Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes we have folks that come in here and say, government should just get out of the way or that we're just wasting money. I don't see it that way when we talk about this, for example. We actually have funding that's necessary for our folks, and especially indigent care. That's why we're fighting that fight up in Sacramento. And at the federal level, we need to do the same. Because it's through us, at the end of the day, we are the safety net. Whether we like it or not, we are the safety net. People come to us, we need to serve. And we need the resources to do that. But thank you.
Mr. Van Wagenen?
Thank you, Chair. And Supervisor Perez, to your question, I just want to underline what Ms. Salazar Herrera said. The threat is real. Cuts are happening, period. And if we don't advocate with our partners at CSAC, at UCC, at the behavioral health directors, at the California Public Hospitals, at the welfare directors, there will not be any help coming from the state of California. When the question is how real is it that we're going to convince the state of California to give us $450 million per year, that's unlikely. Why? Because they don't have $17 billion to backfill all of the counties. So that's what Caroline is talking about today is we have to make very targeted pushes with our partners to make sure that we're advocating. And the story that we are telling in California, we're also telling it in Washington, D.C., but the challenge remains simply this. Only 10 states out of the 50 states in the country have the counties providing the safety net services instead of the state. So there are 40 states and 40 states elected representatives that don't care about this issue the way that we care about it here in California at the county level around HR 1, because it comes to us to solve this problem. And you indicated it absolutely correctly. We are the safety net when it comes to health and human services, which is why we are advocating so heavily in this space. Carolina is going to talk a little bit now about the human services side, but one thing I also want to highlight for the board, and it really goes to the vision that this board had with our RivCo 1 efforts and our integrated services, because we can't simply fund our way out of this challenge. We have to reimagine how services are provided. And the CSAC leadership team just got back from a week-long trip in Washington, D.C., and one of the things they heard during their advocacy trips was specifically around the area of needing to look at eligibility and technology tools to try and streamline that effort. One of the issues related to HR 1 is that everybody now has to re-register for Medi-Cal every 6 months. That is an onerous burden, not just on the people re-registering, but on the county staff that are providing that service. So our ability to streamline that process, our ability to make it so that there is no wrong door, our ability to truly integrate services for anybody that comes to see us is huge. So that's another aspect of it that we'll be advocating for, is let us do RivCo 1. And so I apologize for jumping in, but I wanted to just share that this is real, and put simply, we don't have enough money at the county to backfill that loss. So if we don't get additional support in funding, if we don't get additional support in allowing us to use new and innovative tools, services will be cut. It's that simple.
Mr. Gutierrez, before we move on to the next section.
Okay, thank you. I think another thing that we also have to talk about too, and you know, it's a very dire situation right now, but residents are, some residents, but I think not all residents know that dental coverage as well is going to be affected starting in July of 2026 for some groups that receive Medi-Cal, and they're going to lose their full coverage. You know, they will have emergency coverage, you know, like for example, for severe pain, infection, extractions, or urgent treatment, but that's just emergency dental services. So I think we're going to start to hear from the public once they, you know, try to go to their dentist and they're not able to. So thank you.
Wonderful. So moving on to the HR1 impacts on the CalFresh system. So this really, you know, I think Ben Wagner already explained, we are in, part of the challenge is that we're doubling the amount of work, and we know that we're not going to have as much staff to do that work. The local workforce impact is 269 full-time employees lost, and 120, at the same time, 120% increase in caseload. So if you look at this flow chart, really, we know it's higher workload, we're going to have fewer staff to do it, higher costs, and then there's an issue of penalties, which is a little bit complicated, so we're trying to explain that in this slide. Currently, the way it works is that the federal government has what they call an error rate, the amount of error that we can have for applications as they move through the process. Built into HR1 at the federal level was how these penalties are going to be how your error rate will impact your state penalty and how that state penalty is paid. What we're seeing is that those states who had higher error rates got a 2-year reprieve from having to pay that penalty. California was actually overall doing better than that error rate. So what's happening now is we're seeing the state coming in and doing more audits on our error rate, and our error rate, not just us, but statewide, is going up. There's still a little bit of an unanswered question on that, which is why we flagged it here, because we're concerned that how the legislature is then going to give that penalty to each of the individual counties, right? Because it's an aggregate from all 58 counties, but we want to make sure it's right size and it's equitable. Another thing here is that the administrative cost shift is happening, right? Like Ben Wagner said, we are going to see that impact our budget this year. So our state budget request is $373 million for eligibility workers to help absorb the increased demand. But more importantly, one of the things that we've been saying and trying to push all of the associations to do is to talk about how do we cut red tape to make that eligibility process work for our end user. This is the RivCo 1 approach. Right? How do we make it so that we hold on to as much of that data, we share, we try to make sure that if you're coming in and you're giving us, you know, all of your enrollment information, you're not giving it to 3 different departments at a time, but we're cutting the red tape to allow for that to happen. So that's one of our biggest focuses, and we are seeing some traction on that. I know CWDA, the Welfare Directors Association, has shifted to try to think about that as a possible solution as well.
Supervisor Perez. Okay. Go ahead. You done?
Yes, that's it for the, well, yeah, and I think that was detrimental
Wait a
enough,
minute,
no?
we're waiting for the good news.
Okay, I'll tell you the good news. Here
Okay.
it is. On May 6th, members of this board, our CEO Van Wagner and myself will be in Sacramento to do one of many advocacy days to talk about this. We are going to be in Sacramento pounding the pavement and delivering this message. We have already been in communication with the governor's office around this. All of our, I will say, the leadership in this county is amazing. Of our different departments, we have folks that are members of 120 different associations, and many of them are in leadership roles there. So we are leveraging those roles. So when they're in Sacramento, they're talking from their association's perspective, but more importantly, they're delivering the RivCo why and making members of the legislature really understand. And I hope to have an updated strategy plan to share with you all about how do we move the needle between now and the May revise, and then between the May revise and when the budget actually gets signed. So that's my silver lining for you, Chair.
Thank you. Always have to look for the silver lining.
You have to, yes. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for all, good and bad.
She's just a messenger.
Mr. Good, and that passes 5-0. So we are now on 3.3.
Yes, we have one online speaker, Brad Anderson.
Yes, good morning. My name's Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho, which is in the Coachella Valley area. I wanted to speak on item 3.3. This is concerning, most people won't know if I did bring it out or bring it up the agenda. So this is concerning software for a few of the county departments of about $8 million total cost, and it's excessive. You were talking earlier about how funding is being cut, and that's one of the reasons, because of this wasteful spending. So I'm advocating, and I'm not traveling anywhere, and nobody's paying me to do that. I'm not using taxpayers' funds to do this, but I'm advocating for you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that passes 5-0. .4.
We have one speaker, Veronica Langworthy.
Good morning, Supervisors. I just want to say I appreciate the data-driven services performed by the Internal Audit Division, and I have read a sampling of internal audit reports for more than one county department. And so this ordinance number 1008, I just have a few questions. On page 5, section 9, it references acknowledgement of the audit committee bylaws. And so I'm asking a few questions because of the impact this committee and ordinance can have on our county. One, is this a currently existing committee, or is it to be formed based upon enacting the ordinance? 2, what is the composition of the audit committee? Is it composed of members within the Office of Auditor Controller, or have some other composition? And then the third thing was I wanted to review the bylaws prior to a decision by the Board of Supervisors to better understand how they would function, and I was able to briefly speak with Auditor Controller Benoit at the beginning of this meeting this morning, and I'm requesting he share why the bylaws are not posted currently, and also respond to the questions about the committee status and composition. So thank you, Supervisors.
So you did get a chance to speak with him then, right?
Just about the, I'm a little out of practice coming before you, about the bylaws. So, and it would be good just to let the public know why, when you go on the website, you can't find it. So,
thank you.
Talk to him some more.
Supervisor Perez.
Referring to 16.
We're not done voting on 3.4.
I second it.
He has a question. I thought you were on the line for the question.
No.
Okay, Supervisor Gutierrez.
Just a quick question. I don't know if this is for county council or the audit ordinance. It's really, from my understanding, from what I read, the staff report, it was the contracting unit. So it's just reaffirming the contracting units that they'll be able to audit the different departments. Is there anything else, any authority, any other thing that we're delegating?
This is an ordinance that reaffirmed. The audit committee is newly formed, and I know that the ACO audit control is back there, and I think the bylaw will be forthcoming.
Okay, but that doesn't align with the staff report, though. The staff report says it's a contract, is to reaffirm the contracting unit.
This is an ordinance that would reaffirm the authority of the ACO, the auditor control itself, and then the formation of the audit.
Well, maybe we can ask.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe ACO.
Okay, maybe Ben, if you could just clarify, just.
Sure, happy to. When you originally asked, you asked for their options, so their question, but yeah, happy to come down. So yes, this reaffirms most of the authorities that we already have. The big new authority is the contract monitoring, which is something that I feel very strongly we've needed for quite some time. Other counties around us do this. This will be an ongoing monitoring of contracts that currently are let by the county departments that go through procurement, then get to my office, and at that point, we sometimes just move forward without checking. Is this an organization that's currently registered with the state? Is this an organization registered with the federal government? They're nonprofits. We're not currently doing a lot of those checks. We want to do that as an ongoing basis. So that's just some of the work we'll be doing with that team. So yes, this creates that team or puts the guardrails on that team, identifies that we're doing some of this work, which we've already started doing some of it. But it just reaffirms that along with all the other auditing authority. So then back to the other questions that came up. Yes, we are creating a new audit committee that we'll all work with. I'll be part of that. So members of my team, 2 members of the public, 2 board members or their delegates. So yes, that's that body. We talked about it before. This is the actual ordinance now coming forward. Okay. And then that committee will be responsible for creating that initial, at their first meeting, their bylaws, and that's the bylaws that they're being spoke to. But this ordinance just recognizes that they'll have those bylaws. And at that point, when that committee meets for the first time, when that agenda goes out, that's when the draft bylaws will go out.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Van Wagenen.
Thank you, Chair. I had buzzed in advance of the auditor controller, but I just want to echo the auditor controller's comments. And to answer your question, Supervisor, this is a reaffirmation of the authority of the auditor controller. Specifically, if you read the ordinance and read it, it will point back to specific government and or board policies so that an individual who's trying to determine what the authority of the auditor controller is will not have to look in multiple places at multiple times. It lists all of that in one section. The other reason why we wanted to make sure and do this is it was a finding in a previous grand jury report that the last time this ordinance or something like it was done was decades ago. In fact, the best copy that was included in the grand jury report had been copied so many times that you couldn't actually read the item itself. So this is an effort to collect all of the authority in one spot, not to expand the authority other than Mr. Benoit referenced, but to, again, just reaffirm existing powers.
Okay, and that passes 5-0. Thank you. We are now on 3.11.
We have 2 public speakers. First is Roy Bleckert, followed by Ryan Fonseca.
Welcome back.
I see your fingers crossed.
Nope, they're not.
So, I was researching another agenda item here in Future Attractions, and I was just coming up because I wanted to see what the cost was per unit for 1-bedroom apartments built under ARPA and all these projects that are talking about. And I came up with an average of about $160K per unit, and these projects, the two that are getting requested funding, are in that range, it appears also. Again, that's going to be key when we come to future attractions. But as Victor mentioned earlier in the special presentations about the Fair Housing Act, signed almost 60 years ago in '68, by then Governor Ronald Reagan, and he gave us a later warning when he was president, when he said the most feared words you can hear are, "I'm from the government and we're here to help." The problem with these projects and the framing of them as affordable housing, it does everything but that. It has made, government programs have made housing unaffordable. Go back to then. Housing was much more affordable than practically everything else than it is today. What has changed? Government has got their fingers more in the pot. You see that with the ARPA and the report you had and all the things that, oh, it looked good when you took that first hit of cocaine on the ARPA funds and all that. Now you're having to deal with the consequences. So as you move these projects forward, and like with this, you're passing more money on top of these projects, they always cost way more than they're proposed. How is this affordable housing? You keep repeating it. And there's an old saying, you know, you repeat a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. The more dangerous part is the people that are telling the lie come to believe it's the truth. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot today. And I hope with not only this, the things you've heard before, we're going to come up with the budget hearings again here in a couple months, that we will really deal honestly for once and get back to the point. Let's just peel back to the point where we know things work instead of hearing the disasters we're hearing each and every.
Thank you.
Ryan Fonseca.
Wait a minute, Supervisor.
I'll wait until they're all.
Okay, you're right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. My name is Ryan Fonseca. I'm a proud resident of Riverside County, District 1, and a graduate student. I am here to state that I support the 2026 to 2027 one-year action plan as a step towards housing justice. It is a critical tool for directing federal HUD funds to address affordable housing and displacement in our county. When housing is unstable, everything else, employment, education, and even basic safety becomes uncertain. For individuals with disabilities and families with children, the stakes are even higher, making it essential that our local policies reflect both compassion and accountability. But I urge the board to strengthen it in two different ways. First, prioritize deeply affordable and supportive housing by increasing home funding, new construction, and preservation for extremely low income and homeless households. And to also protect against displacement by not including anti-displacement and relocation assistance, but by also increasing funding and tracking displacement outcomes so that the county can measure whether these tools actually work. Thank you.
Good points. Thank you. Supervisor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments. The last speaker there, he nailed it on that, hit it right on the head of the nail there, what we're trying to achieve. I have a slightly different perspective than the speaker before the last speaker. In the staff report, it points out the total cost, and it points out how much is net county cost. Net county cost is zero, because these funds are coming from federal sources. And I'd just like to point out that the federal dollars that they send us are dollars that we sent them. You all pay taxes. You pay taxes to the federal government. I don't have a problem with that. I pay taxes as well. But California gets less back than it sends. And if we don't apply for these funds so that we can put them to programs like this to create a more affordable housing, those funds will go somewhere else. They're still your dollars, but if we don't recapture some of them to help our communities, and so I'm puzzled as to why one of the speakers thinks somehow this is just another government boondoggle. It's not. I've seen the impact of this work on the lives, as the last speaker spoke to, lives of individuals that are affected when they have safe, secure, reliable housing that they can afford. Then they can worry about getting to work. They can worry about paying their other bills. They can worry about creating a more healthy lifestyle. Can't do that when housing is not stable for an individual or a family. So I applaud Housing and Workforce Solutions. Again, we talked about you earlier in this meeting. I will continue to sing your praises. You are doing great work. Thank you. I'll move the item.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina? Okay, we are now on item number 312.
We have two speakers. First is Bob Palomarez, followed by Roy Bleckert.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Bob Palomares. I'm out of Moreno Valley, and I'm glad to see this to come to its conclusion. Of course, at the cost of $1.7 million to finish the project. I was here back in July 18th of 2023 when I made the statements that warned you about SBX, that they were unqualified. But of course it went forward, and 1 year later, they were already supposed to have completed their contractual agreement with the county, which failed. And they got extension after extension. And it seems to me that SBX was never vetted. No one ever looked into their qualifications. And this is the result, that it's costing us more money to finish the project, and they're taking money from other programs to do it. And I would just warn you that if another organization or nonprofit comes in and applies to run this, because SBX also goes as inflection point. So be aware, because if you see that name on the application or whatever, that could be them. They tried that in the city of Moreno Valley, having the city staff, of course, because of the ties that the city of Moreno Valley mayor has with Corey Jackson. They were trying to get an application through the city staff for $10 million. Until two of our council members spotted it and questioned it, and this application was costing these people, SBX, but they were going by inflection point, $65,000 for the application, which they didn't even have. So it was a waste of time of the city resources. So I just warn you, be careful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Bleckert.
In my view, when I became aware of this project, it screamed of egregious graft, political corruption, insider dealing, some of the worst public policy you could ever see. $3.9 million going down the toilet, 1.7 more to people that you keep saying that you're trying to help. The homeless, emergency housing is going down the drain now to try to bail us out of this. I did you the 160K units at 24 beds. That would be $3.9 million. Brand new, not 60-year-old housing rehab. Well, they were going to put 2 per bedroom in. So that means only 12 units. This project, as proposed and passed by the county, should have been a maximum of $2 million. Yet you approved $3.9 million. Let's look at what was happening when this started, or for the evidence that I have seen. In 2021, Corey Jackson, a member of the only other county board elected, the County Board of Education here, approached the county, and then a year later they approved this project in April of 2022. Supposed to be completed and done by June of 23 and 90% occupied. What Mr. Palomares found, and me and others after that in July, was a bunch of weeds, a dilapidated project. You heard him and me come up here, and then you saw evidence for 5 months I put in front of you, and then you extended this project in November of 23 for what? A year and a half, 2 years? And we told you this was going to happen. In 25, it appears from your report, you informed, it looks like SBX is going insolvent. In June of 25, the liens of $500,000 started flying. We're here at this point. Again, you're taking now $1.7 million in emergency and homeless housing funds and stuff to try to complete this, which means it's going to be 3 times as much as if we built this stuff brand new. And that's if you can do it there. That's why I've called for a complete investigation. Every document in 30 days opened up before this thing is passed or that's amended to this, because we do not need this happening again. We want to talk about this? All of this money comes out of our dollars, whether federal or not, and you guys have done this. It's criminal.
Supervisor Gutierrez. Oh, you want to?
Good morning, Mike Walsh, Assistant Director, HWS. I would probably ask to put the video on of all the good work that we do as HWS before this item. But this item today is a place where we don't necessarily want to be at as well. But this is why this was originally approved back in April of 2022, why we do these as loans and we don't do them straight as grants. Why? And people ask, like, well, why do you do that? Because if something goes wrong, we have recourse to basically step in and to foreclose on the property. So we, throughout this process, have been trying to work with the developer. SBX prior to this was doing work through the continuum of care, providing services and moving forward with projects. We had recently done a similar process in the city of Riverside, Project Legacy with True Revolution, where an organization that was historically a service provider stepped in and developed a project and now is up and running, is successful, and is to be seen as a model up and down the state. So another group came forward with a proposal for a project at the time. We reviewed it, moved forward as a three-bedroom home. When they moved forward and started through the entitlement process, this is just development pieces, and this is why we always advise people to really think before you become a developer. of all the different things. They're coming to find out several of the buildings that were located on the property were unpermitted, that delayed the entitlement process to get through those sort of pieces. So we granted them additional time. They went out on their own and got additional funds through the state of California to expand the project to add on 2 ADUs. Well, by adding on those 2 ADUs, that now kicked up the cost of the project for connection to sewer. And that's really when things started to get into trouble for the property. So we are at this point right now where the 3 homes that were originally approved by this board have been operating and people have been living there. There's been to date 13 residents have gone through there. 4 of those have already graduated on to permanent housing in other locations. The reason why we're recommending for the completion of this project rather than just foreclosing and selling and getting back the investment of the county is because we recognize the need for these types of beds are absolutely critical, not just for the transition age youth that are living here. I would wish it was only $160,000 to complete a brand new unit in this county. If to build a brand new unit, we're seeing is up to $500,000 a unit. So this coming in and keeping units, preserving units, keeping them in place is of the utmost importance. And if we were to foreclose on this property, the subcontractors that are on this property that have done work would get wiped out through the foreclosure process. So small subcontractors that are located within this county would be out that level of investment as well. So that's why we're here before this board to move forward with a foreclosure to take the property back, but allow us to reconstitute the project, finish it out, find a new operator on the project to make sure that these beds are still used forward for transition age youth, form additional partnership with groups like Moreno Valley College so that youth and other sort of places can find the long-term sustainable lives that they're looking for.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mike, for the presentation and the overview as well. I do want to thank the speakers as well for sharing, their concerns and, we are where we are right now, and yes, it is going to require 1.7 million more to finish, but like you mentioned, there are liens already from those contractors that we do have to pay, and for us to just walk away, even though we put the 3.9, and it wasn't our fault as a county, but just for us to just walk away, it just wouldn't do service to the kids that are already there. One thing I did want to ask, though, because we always ask this question, sometimes when situations like this happen, are we looking at ways to mitigate for the future? How so we're not in the same situation, and are you guys like kind of reimagining your department, new ways to look at these approaches?
So Supervisor, in my 8 years at the county, and we've done probably over 100 or so projects. This is the only one that's fallen into this situation. So this is, I would say it is the exception, not the rule. But within that, it's like the simple answer is yes. It's like the one thing that we're looking at and we're always trying to improve on is like, all right, in terms of the draw process and the inspection process, like making sure that the amount of money that we're having out on a project is matching up in terms of the completion of the work that's on the property. And if for people that are looking to expand onto their project, making sure that those dollars go into the project before we maybe have fully exhausted all of our funds. So the simple answer is like, yes, we're looking at in terms of the process, but I also I really want to emphasize to this board that in terms of the investments that this board has made over the last 5 years, those $300+ million, this is the only project where we've fallen into the situation. All other projects have been able to be completed, and many of projects have come in less than what they were originally anticipated.
But I like it's you are looking into, not quicker, but like what you mentioned, like shorter inspections, right? Time frames.
More frequent inspections.
Okay,
yes.
Got it. Okay, well, I know there's other comments from my other colleagues, but it is my district, and I do move the item.
Chuck, are you ready?
Yeah. I was pausing because you mentioned it wasn't his district, and I thought we should let him take the blame. Just kidding.
You didn't just say that.
I know. No, it's not his fault. And it occurs to me that Roy is more right than he was wrong. But it seems like the louder he says it, the more right he is.
We've spoken to Roy throughout this process, and we've participated in a number of public records requests and made available on any number of different documentations related to this process. And Roy's a volume shooter, so he makes some.
Yeah. So it says net county counts 1.7, but under source of funds, I'm a little confused. For example, CDBG is not.
Yeah, so this falls into the category of $1.7 million is not one source of money that we have lying around in one bucket. So we're having to pull resources from a number of different pools to cover the full levels of cost. So it's not going across the different divisions of HWS and putting out the hat and see who can throw in.
Okay, so, but those programs then are taking a hit.
Yeah. So again, to Roy's original point, these are dollars that could have been spent on other projects or other sort of initiatives that we're having to invest here.
Yeah.
So again, he's not wrong there.
And then net, we'll get the property back, and there'll be some funds that come with the sale of that once we.
No, we're not going to sell the property, sir.
We're
this is why we're keeping the property. So this would allow us to continue to operate the property and for the next 55 plus odd years.
Okay.
That these units would be made available to transition age youth, homeless families in the city of Moreno Valley.
So there's some value in that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Van Wyken?
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to go a little bit further than Mr. Walsh in answering Supervisor Gutierrez's question. What Mike provided was specifically as it is to projects like this. This is unique. But I did want to highlight the fact that as a county, we are looking at steps to strengthen our ability to monitor funding that goes to nonprofits so that we can limit fraud, waste, and abuse as best we can. So that is an effort that is currently being undertaken by the executive office, working with all of our departments as well as county council and purchasing. And part of what the board previously adopted here, at least the first reading of the contract unit with the Auditor Controller's Office, allows us to better monitor some of those dollars. I will also say that the work that's being done by departments when we do identify some potential fraud or abuse, steps are taken when immediately identified, then it's validated, and ultimately we are making referrals to law enforcement when appropriate. So simply saying that we are looking at that, Supervisor Gutierrez.
My one comment that I would like to, or question, when we talk about this as a settlement agreement, I don't see it a two-sided. Do they get more than just a verbal bad boy? Is there any consequences to SBX? I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't see it here.
So one thing that's not like in the staff report, when the acquisition was originally made, the county only put in the total amount of what the appraised value was. The actual sales price was actually $200,000 more than that. So SBX is out at least $200,000 for the project, as well as in terms of some of the invoices that were being billed towards for the project, the county has disallowed those, or not looking to move forward and paying those, and those would be on SBX and their contractual relationship with whoever they had when those agreements.
Okay, so they will be
moving
held responsible for those.
That would be between them and whatever people they were contracting with, but those were pieces we were only reimbursing or looking to come to this board for reimbursement for direct costs that are actually coming into for this project. So that they're out at least $200,000 for the acquisition, plus any of those other sort of.
Because we talked about paying the mechanics liens and tax penalties in cities, and I'm thinking, okay, bad boy, and that's it. And when
Supervisor, walking it through, if we were to just move forward with a straight foreclosure on the property, we would be wiping out all of the subcontractors.
Right.
And then so that was part of the reason why yes, bad boy to SBX and those sort of things, and review a future level of contracts if they were to come back to us with, and keeping this in mind. But also within that, also recognize that we have small business contractors. These are not big firms. Having them out, if we were to we treat this like any other lender, they would all be just wiped out, and then the losses would not just be affecting SBX, but all these other subcontractors as well.
So some consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that passes 5-0. Okay. Is it 3.24 next? Okay, 3.24.
We have one public speaker, David Hansen.
Oseo Nigada. I'm going to apologize ahead of time here because I misread this, but what I had to say does apply to every single agenda item. And I just wanted to bring up just a quick point, Sullivan versus New York Times. That is a federal case law that guarantees the public to say what they feel, how they feel, without being escorted out by officers. And because that puts the officer in a difficult position to violate his oath of office to allow people their First Amendment rights. I know that guy last week was a douche the way he acted to you guys, and you did a great job of listening to him. But I just want to make sure, because I see a lot of county board of supervisor meetings, a lot of people will just, just because they get their feelings hurt, will kick these citizens out. And just wanted to bring that up real quick. Sorry to take your time.
Thank you. Colleagues have anything? Please vote. Supervisor Medina? (16.1), 4, and 6. We do have a speaker on 16.6. Okay?
So, Madam Chair, this all has to do with a specific project. Go ahead, come on up. I just wanted to get an update, and this is mostly for the folks back home, so they can be aware of all the good things that are happening, especially when it comes to the pool. But if you can I just touch base just a bit on 16.1, 16.4, 16.6.
Absolutely. Good morning. My name is Kyla Brown, and I'm the Parks Director. And I would like to talk to you about the three items that Supervisor Perez just mentioned. The first item, 16.1, is a contract for pool operations, contracting with Desert Recreation District, the local recreation provider. And that would provide services through the summer. Ideally, we did open on Easter for the pool operations that were just renovated, and ideally we'll operate through Indigenous Peoples Day, which is in October. And their primary season of operation is similar to a traditional pool operation, Memorial Day through Labor Day. So we're working with Desert Recreation District to provide those services, operating the pool about 7 hours a day. Item 16.4 is for landscape services, and this is just to amend the existing contract. As you know, with the ARPA funding, we made a lot of landscaping improvements to the park, and the landscape maintenance contractor there was only there on a seasonal basis. So we're expanding that to year-round service to make sure that we take care of all that landscaping that we just put in. In addition, we're going to be investing in transitioning the turf at that park to year-round turf. It currently goes brown half the year, and so we're hoping to keep it green all year long, and the landscape maintenance service will help us do that. And then item 16.6 is related to the remaining funds of the American Rescue Plan Act. We have about $183,000 left in funding that we'd like to utilize to improve the restroom lighting, add restroom doors to the bunker-style restrooms, create an accessible campsite, and replace a missing shade shelter on the pool deck to make sure that we maximize the shade that's available at that site. And those, again, that's about $183,000 that's left on the contract. We're not asking for additional funds. We're asking to extend the contract with the existing contractor, Kaya, to finish using those funds to improve the park. And I'm available to answer any questions that you have about those items.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kyla. I think we have a speaker that's on the phone.
Yes, we do.
Can we hear from him?
Sure.
Brad Anderson.
Yes, hi, Brad Anderson, currently in the city of Ransom Rods, probably one of the people that may be affected by this project. Unlikely. I've only been there a few times. Last time was for the Iron Man event, and I was working for a subcontractor. But that's a whole other story. But anyway, I'm talking about actually just one item, 21.6, and that's concerning the. I read it as a change order of 183,000, and apparently, by the staff report, it sounds like it's just to use up resources, and I understand you can do that, but I am opposed to just wasting money, and I don't think it's in the best interest of every taxpayer or every resident of the state of California or the nation in this case to use that money in that fashion. Now, even the American Rescue Plan Act money that's being used, that probably, my opinion, should be used in this manner. I know those monies never went to me, helped me in any fashion that I can see, and I have been affected by that too. And so, anyway, I'm opposed to that, opposed to the funds being used in that matter, and like Mr. Washington, just because you can get money from other people, you shouldn't. So I'm opposed. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Brad. I think, thank you. Remember the days when you were a kid, Brad? I remember my days when I was a kid.
Yesterday.
And I think many of us remember those days. Many of us did not have access to a pool in our own backyards. Maybe it was a community pool, if there was one that existed. And by the way, there were lifeguards there. There were lifeguards there because they were there to protect our kids, including myself, when we go swimming there. I also remember the days when it was 110 degrees. And I just enjoyed going to the pool and being with my friends and being with my family. It just felt so good. And so after 10 years of this pool that was once built some time ago and went to the wayside, we finally have fixed it. And now that we fixed it, let's use it. I was there for our event with our veterans on the fishing derby, and that was awesome fishing derby. I just remember it was super hot. I had to go under a tree and I actually went in the bathroom and showered myself with with the water faucet there, and I sat outside and just tried to cool off. And I saw kids there riding their bikes, and they were patiently waiting for the pool to open. The sad thing about it is the pool wasn't going to open that day because we didn't have a lifeguard. Well, I'm happy we're going to have lifeguards now, and that we're going to have them on an ongoing basis through Desert Recreation District, as well as, if you all remember going to Lake Cahuilla back in the day, and the fact is that there was a lack of shade. And those of you that know what it's like in the summer, we need trees, we need shading structures. And we were able to put some up. We need more. The good thing is that we had such an awesome grand opening and many people enjoyed it, that folks are stepping up to the point where now it can become maybe even a private-public partnership, which is a good thing. As a matter of fact, RSA, Riverside Sheriff's Association, their president called me and said, listen, Manny, let's think about maybe some shade at Lake Cahuilla. And I said, you got it, buddy. I've been thinking about that for a while. And so that would be a nice thing to do, alongside with all the landscaping, alongside with the new art piece that we have there that was given to us by Golden Voice, alongside all the new trees and restrooms now that are cleaned up, the shade structure that exists around the lake where people go fishing. the new RV hookups, the pickleball court, the basketball court, the list goes on and on and on and on. And so I wanted to highlight this project because I'm very proud of what we've been able to do there. And we got more work to do, but what we've been able to accomplish, people didn't think it could be done. So, I remember the days when I was a kid. And I hope that others do as well when we talk about these type of projects for our kids. Thank you, cousin.
Thank you. And that passes 5-0. 18.1, Mr. President.
Hang tight. So on that one, Madam Chair, we voted on 16.1, 16.4, and 16.6, correct?
Yes.
Just want to make sure.
You got that, Kimberly? Yes. Okay.
Good, thank you. 18.1, let me just find it here, Madam Chair. I did ask for someone to come up, please, from, RUHS, and it has to deal with our efforts specific to, I believe, Blythe. Who's here? Hi. That's right, you were ready. So anything you want to give us an update, because I know people are very happy about what we've been doing out there, and I know it's coming along.
Right. Thank you, Supervisors. Thank you, County Council and CEO Jeff Van Wagenen. I'm Alexandra Clark, and I'm the current Chief Medical Officer for Riverside University Health System and serving as the interim Chief Medical Officer for our community members in Blythe, California at Palo Verde Healthcare District at the hospital. I want to thank the supervisors and the county for the support of the community of Blythe. It has been life-saving. I have spent many hours in that community since the February 23rd enactment of the management agreement, and the community is grateful that the county is helping. The community is grateful that the staff from Riverside University is present. So many of them have come up to us to tell us how many of them have been born at that hospital, rely on that hospital for their emergent hospital needs. And so we wanted to come forward and share our gratitude with both the board and the county on behalf of the citizens of Blythe. We're lots to do still, doing amazing work, seeing more patients than ever, and really providing excellence in care. Board certified and board eligible emergency room physicians start on Friday, and we are excited to see how the community will continue to thrive with the support of this county and all of you, in addition to the team that we have out there from Riverside University. So thank you much for the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and everybody's time out there. I was out there, and you are a blessing to that community, so thank you. Okay. We are now moving to public hearings, beginning with 21.1.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran. Jonathan Dewey, Deputy Director, Facilities Management, Real Estate Division. Along with the Facilities Management Leadership, staff, Ryan Yabko from County Council, we are here to present item 21.1, the public hearing for bid opening and oral bidding for the sale of real property in Rupa Valley, California at 4451 Glen Street. The sale of county property, the sale of county-owned property is governed by the State Surplus Land Act. This item has received the necessary notice of intent to sell the subject property by the board on September 22nd, 2025, and has cleared the necessary noticing and approvals by the state's Department of Housing and Community Development. The county has deemed the property not necessary for its use and now desires to sell it through this public process. Government code requires that the sale of public property must be conducted via a bidding process with the opening of sealed bids followed immediately by a call for oral bidding. Facilities management will present to the board a short synopsis of the building being offered for sale, and then ask the clerk of the board for sealed bids, which will be open and read aloud by the chair of the board, stating the name of the bidder and the stated bid. After all sealed bids are read, I will ask the chair of the board to call for any oral bids, at which time any member of the public may come to the podium, identify themselves, and state their increased bid price. Oral bidding will continue until the highest bid is achieved. Bidders who submit sealed bids may also participate in the oral bidding process if they wish to increase their bid price. Once oral bidding begins, the bids must be an amount that is 10% higher than the prior bid. Any winning oral bidder must complete the bid package and return to the clerk of the board with a check in the amount of 3% of the purchase price by 4 p.m. today, April 28th. At the conclusion of the bidding, Facilities Management and County Council will provide its recommended actions to the board on the property. The recommended actions may be: 1, accept the highest bid, or 2, reject the highest bid because it did not meet the minimum price or is an incomplete package, and return a request for the FM to return to the board at a later date once a willing and able buyer and offer is found and continue marketing. So at this time, I'll pause for any questions, comments from the board before the public hearing and presentation begins.
Colleagues?
Okay.
This is my first bid from the dais, so.
So now I will ask Madam Chair to please open the public hearing.
We only have one sealed bid.
Well,
open the public hearing.
Public hearing.
Open.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we open the bid, I do want to present the property so everybody can learn about the property a little bit. So the single property available for bidding today is 4451 Glen Street, Carupa Valley, assessor parcel number 169130037. Next slide, please. The county came into possession of the property in July 2003 as a beneficiary of the Constance E. Rose Trust. Ms. Rose was a longtime owner of the property, was a teacher of over 30 years in the Glen Avon area. Included with the property at the time of transfer was a life estate where the then current long-term tenant and subsequently her son were allowed to live in the property until their passing, the latter, which was in 2023. It was Mrs. Rose's wish that if the property was ever sold by the county, then the proceeds would go to the benefit of the Riverside County Library System, and that a plaque be installed in the Glen Avon Library memorializing her generous donation. The board affirmed these wishes in the board action date, July 1st, 2003. Next slide, please. The property consists of 2 single-family houses and a detached 4-car garage, totaling 3,227 square feet, situated on a 0.75-acre lot. Through an independent appraisal, Facilities Management has established a minimum bid price of $810,000. That concludes the slideshow. So now I will ask Madam Clerk if there are any sealed bids on the property. And please present them to the chair, which I guess we already have. So we can go ahead and open the sealed bids. And if when you open the sealed bid, you might want to forward to page 8 or so. That's where you'll see the information.
Page 8. Okay, they're not numbers, so. Is this the
Yeah, so it should have the name of the bidder and their bid amount on there. And if you could please read it aloud.
The name is not on this piece. It's Beiruz Rajay.
Okay.
And the amount? $821,100.
$820,000.
$21,100. 821,100.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Can the sealed bid please be handed to County Council and Facilities Management to review for completeness? And I can take that bid right now then.
There's a check here too, and it's not made out to me.
With all sealed bids read, we can now move to the oral bidding with a starting bid price of 10% higher than the sealed bid. After each oral bid, I will announce the new increased price for each oral bid. We ask that the bidder come to the podium, state their name, entity they are representing if applicable, and their bid price. So now, will the chair now please call for any oral bids with a starting price of $903,210.
Okay. Do we have anybody here in the room that would like to come and make an oral bid of at least $903,210? Cute. I see nobody coming forward.
Okay.
I see smiles and people wanting to, because that was a pretty house. 2 houses on the same property, well kept. That was really nice. Good deal.
Okay, so no oral bids. So with no oral bids, that means we can conclude the bidding on the property. So FM would like to thank the board for their consideration in the matter, and to Executive Office for their support and recommendation to bring this property for sale. And so now I'll ask County Council to come to the podium to state the final recommendations to the board. We'd also ask the winning bidder, if they are present, to meet Facilities Management in the lobby to go over some paperwork after the conclusion of the item. So at this time...
I'm going to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam Chair, you can close the public hearing, and I'll ask Council to come with the recommended motions.
Not here.
Doesn't have it.
This happens all the time. That's why we're doing it so quickly.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Chair, board members, Mr. Tran, Mr. Van Wagenen. The staff would recommend adopting resolution number 2026-057, accepting the highest bid, authorizing the sale of the property, and approving the agreement with the successful bidder.
Okay.
You want a motion?
Verbal motion?
No?
Okay.
We got a motion?
Made by Jose Medina, seconded by Chuck Washington. And it was a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, board.
Who's seat 13?
Over here. Over here. Yep. Requests?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank the Miss Rose. I think that's the only name I saw. Right? It was her.
They took everything. I don't know.
Her property, correct? That was donated to the county? All right. So I understand she's deceased. Right. But I want to recognize her generosity to the county, having lived in that area, having lived in Jurupa Valley, and her donation to the Riverside County Library System. You know, I think speaks volumes of who this woman, who I don't know, most of us don't know, to what her values are and to what she wants to see for her community. So I would look forward to visiting the plaque when it's placed in the Glen Avon Library and recognize her generosity. And I just wanted to recognize that generosity here publicly. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else? Okay. With that being said, we will now move on to item number 21.2, Housing and Workforce Solutions.
Good afternoon, I think. Madam Chair, members of the board. Juan Garcia, Deputy Director with the Department of Housing and Workforce Solutions. The item before you, it's a public hearing and in connection to funds that we received from the federal government, CDBG, ESG, and home funds. HUD released the funding that the county is expected to receive for the new program year 26-27, and we expect to receive $7.2 million in CDBG funds, $623,000 in ESG funds, and $2.1 million in home funding. The county opened up the funding application around October. We received a total of 95 CDBG applications requesting $7.5 million, 14 ESG applications requesting approximately $2.8 million. We have several speakers today wishing to speak on the funding applications, and we did receive 3 written comments that are going to be part of the record. We have provided the board with a quick reference guide where you can easily locate each proposal for the corresponding speakers. Instructions for the speakers. For those speaking, listen for your proposal number that was listed on the card that you were provided at registration. We will call several numbers at one time. When your proposal number is called, please move to the front row seats. When your name is called, please move to the podium. We would like to remind all the speakers today that they are limited to 3 minutes. Over the next several weeks, we'll be scheduling meetings with the different district offices to finalize allocations, and we'll be returning back to the board at a later date in July to finalize the action plan that's due to HUD. At this time, we ask that the board open the public hearing, and at the end of all the comments, we request that the board close the public hearing. We're available for any questions. If you can open the public hearing.
Is there any questions in the process or what's going on? Ready?
Thank you.
We're going to open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we do have one public speaker online that is waiting to speak on this item.
And nobody else here to speak on anything? Oh, okay. Thank you. One online. Whew. I was wondering if this is all public comment.
Ivana Uriarte.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Ivana, Housing and Land Use Policy Advocate with Leadership Council. I'm here to strongly encourage the county to prioritize the use of CDBG, ESG, and home funds in a way that both addresses urgent ECB housing community needs and advances the county's housing element implementation. From our work on the ground, we continue to hear from ECB residents in mobile home and Polanco parks who are living with ongoing infrastructure challenges, such as unsafe drinking water, aged infrastructure, and deteriorating housing conditions. At the same time, these residents face a real risk of displacement with few affordable housing options available to them, especially in the ECB. That's why it's critical that this action plan not only invests in affordable housing projects, but also prioritizes the preservation and improvement of existing affordable housing. At the same time, I want to emphasize the importance of using these funds to implement the county's housing element. There are already identified programs by ECB residents and Unidos por Viviendas Justas y Dignas that specifically address mobile home rehabilitation, infrastructure improvements, and the preservation of affordable affordable housing and displacement. These housing element programs benefit the county region-wide. This is a key opportunity to ensure that these commitments are fully funded and implemented, and to avoid the risk of the county falling out of compliance with state housing laws. This is about investing in communities that have been historically under-resourced and ensuring that residents can remain safely housed with dignity. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Yvonne, was that just a general comment, not specific to any one organization, correct?
Yes, Supervisor Spiegel.
Thank you.
We have one sponsor on the phone. This is P31, Jewish Family Services of San Diego.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Haddo. I am a program manager for Jewish Family Service, and I know that we also have somebody on the phone. And I just wanted to kind of come in person and introduce myself and just thank you guys, everybody, for the just opportunity to be here and for considering us for the grant. And to, of course, answer any questions that anybody may have.
And you said there's somebody on the phone?
Yes, there should be somebody on the phone as well.
Okay. He's shaking his head. I just want to confirm that they're there.
All right.
So you just...
Yes, I just wanted to introduce myself and thank everybody for the consideration. Yes,
Sarah, right?
Sarah, yes. Sarah Haddo from Jewish Family Service of San Diego.
Thank you for being here.
But you're
Thank you.
affiliated to the Jewish Family Services, for example, of the desert?
We are, our home base is in San Diego, but yes, we have an office in Palm Springs and we have an office in Moreno Valley.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay. Next, we have P2, Valley Restart Shelter, followed by P9, Fair Housing Council, and P11.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of Valley Restart Shelter. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you representing our organization. I officially stepped into this role on October 1st, 2025, not fully knowing the path that we would walk down together. But in the short amount of time, we have seen something powerful, lives beginning to change. We have seen individuals at their most vulnerable find hope again. We have witnessed what it looks like when someone truly feels heard and seen. When a family knows that night they will rest their heads on a soft pillow, in a warm bed, in a safe place. Valley Restart has served the Hemet and San Jacinto Valley for over 37 years, making a difference in countless lives. We're the only emergency shelter within the valley, serving families, children, seniors, and veterans in our community. More than that, we are a place people come when everything else has fallen apart and when moving forward requires a hand up. In our valley, hundreds of people are experiencing homelessness on any given night, and many of them do not look how people expect them to look. They are families, seniors, and individuals who once had stability but lost it due to crisis. At Valley Restart, we don't just provide shelter, we provide structure, accountability, and support. And because of that, we see real outcomes. Each year, we serve over 200 families, half of whom include children under the age of 18. We maintain an 83 to 98% success rate in transitioning individuals into permanent housing or reunification with family. That means people are not just staying, they're moving forward with stability. The funding we are requesting through the Community Development Block Grant is $100,000, with $60,000 supporting staff and $40,000 supporting essential operations such as utilities, food, and daily shelter services. This funding is critical to sustaining the core of what we do, ensuring that our doors remain open, our programs remain staffed, and the individuals we serve continue to receive the support they desperately need to rebuild their lives. Every day we meet people at one of the hardest moments they will ever face, and we walk alongside them as they rebuild. This is not just an investment in a shelter, it is an investment in a system that is already working and working right here in your community. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to supporting those most in need. Thank you.
We have P9, Fair Housing Council, followed by P11 and P21.
Good afternoon, supervisors, staff, and community members. My name is Janice Roots, and I'm here on behalf of Rose Mays and the Fair Housing Council of Riverside County. So thank you, Supervisor Medina, for opening the 2026 Housing Conference this morning. And I invite all of you at some point to be our welcome for our next conferences coming up, because we do support the entire county and all of your constituents. First, Fair Housing would like to thank Riverside County for your support of our efforts to ensure everyone in the county is given an equal opportunity to secure housing and remain safe in housing, be they renters or homeowners or prospective new home buyers. Our oversight and prevention of discrimination goes beyond race, color, creed, and gender. It is also against the law to turn someone away because of their LGBTQ status, ability or disability, or family size. We also help defend those the county is trying to help when a landlord discriminates because someone has a Section 8 voucher. Yes, it is illegal to deny someone a home because of the origin of their income. Fair Housing would like you to know that each year our cost increases to provide housing counselors to respond to discrimination and landlord-tenant complaints throughout the county. So we thank you for your serious consideration of our request this year. As a county serving agency, we are honored to serve constituents in all of your districts. And we would like you to know that many people are suffering from the lack of affordable housing, which we have heard others speak about already. We're sure you already know this, but we want you to know that our counselors hear this daily, especially from our senior citizens on fixed incomes. Finally, Fair Housing is glad for the partnership we have developed with Riverside County. We hope that you will engage us when trying to develop affordable housing solutions. We also have some experience in that arena. We would be happy to show you the award-winning Mission Heritage Plaza if you haven't been there already. And on behalf of Fair Housing, I would like to thank you for your time today. We look forward to an even better partnership in the future, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Next is P11, Thrifting for Gifting, followed by P21 and P29.
Good morning. My name is Diane Sitar, and I'm here on behalf of Thrifting for Gifting to share our school zone program with you today and our request for CBGD funding. Thrifting for Gifting is a 100% volunteer organization. Our nonprofit helps children and families through our 6 philanthropic programs. Our school zone program has been our primary philanthropic program for 37 years now, and we provide new school clothing and shoes to students from low-income families. We partner with Kohl's and Target to host shopping events, and considering the increase in the cost of clothing recently and with the economy. In the 26-27 school year, each student will receive up to $150 in tax-free clothing, which is an increase from previous years of $125 per student. Our program serves 5 school districts across southwest Riverside County. So Supervisor Spiegel in District 2, we serve Lake Elsinore School District. Supervisor Washington in District 3, we serve Temecula, Murrieta, Menifee, and Romoland School Districts. The cost of living is increasing, and we're continuing to see an increase in the number of families in southwest Riverside County that struggle to afford essential school clothing. We pulled data from the State of California's School Accountability Report Card, and it reflects data for the 24-25 school year, which is the most recent data that's available at this time. That data shows that 76% of Lake Elsinore School District's enrollment is socioeconomically disadvantaged. That report card also shows that 36% of Temecula, 53% of Murrieta, and 63% of Menifee school districts' enrollment is socioeconomically disadvantaged. From this data, we can see the magnitude of the challenge and the challenge that families have to provide school clothes for their children. And we all know that children today face an enormous amount of peer pressure. So with that in mind, we have budgeted $245,000 for that school year for our program. And every dollar of the CBDG funds will go directly to purchase clothing for these children. Again, we're a 100% volunteer organization with no paid staff to maximize our impact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is P21, Voices for Children, followed by P29 and P36.
Good afternoon, Chair Spiegel and Board of Supervisors. It's lovely to be here. My name is Sharon Morris. I'm the Managing Director for Voices for Children. We are the court-appointed Special Advocate, or CASA, program for the whole of Riverside County. We recruit, train, and support very special community members like Mariana Robles, who was just recognized by the board, and Supervisor Medina as Volunteer of the Year. These volunteers step up to be assigned by one of our 5 juvenile court judges throughout the county to a child in foster care. These children have been abused, abandoned, or neglected, and find themselves in a system that is often overburdened, overwhelmed, and there's just not enough time to really get to know who these children are. These volunteers walk alongside them and make sure that they advocate for everything in their school life, their home life, and in the court system, alongside the professionals, to make sure that they thrive rather than just exist in foster care. The board has always been extremely supportive of Voices for Children. We cannot thank you enough for that. Our budget this year, in order to serve 750 of the 5,000 children in foster care, is just over $2 million. And so therefore, the money that we are asking for will aid us in serving 50 children throughout the county with their own CASA volunteer. Thank you so very much for everything that you do. You change the lives of children in foster care with your generosity and your support of Voices for Children and the other nonprofits. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Next we have P29, Corona Norco Family YMCA, followed by P36 and P38.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for having me here. I just wanted to speak on behalf of our request to fund our Teen Leadership Academy, which is located in the Home Gardens community. Just to kind of give you an overview, this year we're serving 30 teens from the local community. We do reach out to the various high schools in the community. We have had a great success with our Teen Leadership Academy, and just to kind of highlight, there's actually a family, there's two brothers that are currently employed with the Corona Norco Family YMCA that have been in our program since preschool. They went to preschool, to school age, to our Teen Leadership Academy as participants, and now they're gainfully employed, which is really good to hear because the YMCA is the first employer for a lot of people, a lot of youth. And it's nice to be able to know that Leo and Israel are gainfully employed. They're both attending community college right now. So it's just one of the many stories that we have to share. And it's nice, thank you for the home gardens improvement with the library. So that has brought in some extra people. So it's a beautiful facility to have there that we share the space. And thank you for allowing us to be there as well in that space. And it's just nice to come and speak to you all and to say hello and to kind of put a name to a face. And we are very appreciative. And the money that we're asking for this year is to help provide staff services or pay for our staffing. That would be for one of our staff. And that would be a good thing to continue to receive the support of the Board of Supervisors. And I appreciate your time. And you all have a great day. Bye now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have P36, Nora, followed by P38 and P50.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Natalie Knox, and I'm an advocate for NORA, formerly the Riverside Area Rape Crisis Center. I'm here today to respectfully request Riverside County continue support through the Community Development Block Grant, which directly supports essential services for individuals living in incorporated communities like Paris, like Elsinore, Marietta. Because of the county's investment over the past 2 years, NORA has been able to significantly expand to survivor-centered services in these specific communities. The funding has allowed us to serve individuals who often face barriers such as limited transportation, economic instability, and lack of nearby resources. In the past year, like many direct service victims advocacy organizations, NORA has experienced substantial funding losses. Our agency has lost $250,000 directly supporting our child abuse program. This reduction has directly impacted staff capacity and our ability to respond to the growing demand for our services. At this critical time, local funding support is more important than ever. CDBG funding allows NORA to continue delivering life-saving services that prompt safety, stability, and long-term well-being for the survivors and their families throughout Riverside County. We are deeply grateful for the county's partnership and respectfully request you continue investment to ensure the survivors of these incorporated communities are not left without support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have P38, Operation Safe House, followed by P50, followed by HESG 01.
Good morning, Madam Chair, distinguished board members, and CEO Wagner. Good morning. My name is Kendra Tankersley Davis. I am the Executive Director of Operation Safe House, and I want to thank you for your time. Operation Safe House has served the county and the Riverside and the Inland Empire for over 30 years, providing supportive services and home shelter to youth. To say homelessness is not a problem, especially within our county, would mean that we are choosing to close our eyes and not really take a look. So I moved to Riverside County 5.5 years ago, and I actually love it, and I love where I live, and the people here are very nice, much nicer. I really like that. However, I was surprised at the amount of homelessness that I saw on Magnolia. If you really want to see, I did jury duty 2 months ago right by the courthouse where we are. I was shocked by the number of people, and in particular young people, that I saw living in this despair. Operation Safe House, we are a solution for that. We have 2 shelters that service our community. They service youth ages 11 to 17 and another young adults age 18 to 24. And we don't just provide temporary shelter, we provide a future. While in our care, they receive case management services. And for that 21-day stay, we are working diligently to find and secure permanent housing. We are lucky in some respects because we also have a transitional housing program. So for our young adults who visit our shelter, we work to transition them to our transitional housing program, one in Palm Desert, one in Riverside County. It's not just shelter, it's a home. And I realize that I've been with Operation Safe House 2 months now, and I love spending time with the kids. So if you come and you look for me, you'll probably find me in the shelter. Last week, I had a 12-year-old there. This isn't her first time with us. And she's not with us because of any problems in her home. She's with us because she doesn't have a home. Her mom is in one shelter, and this 12-year-old is in another. I want to share how beautiful she is. She's an inspiring writer, so she started reading me the book she's currently writing. And we work with the other shelter to try to find this family a home. I don't want her to come back and be in my shelter. I do want her to come back and continue reading and sharing her stories with me. We need this funding to continue providing these needed services to the children that we serve. We serve about 200 a year. We need your support and your help so that her family can be a family and that she has a safe place to go and she's not on the street. I want to thank you for your time and your partnership with us. We don't see this as you're the Board of Supervisors and we're a nonprofit. You're our partners. You join us in helping families create and find a home and heal. Thank you.
Next, we have P50, The Living Desert, followed by HESG 01.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for letting us speak. I wanted to share about the STEM in the Wild Title I scholarship program that we have at the Living Desert Zoo. This program allows us to fund the field trip for various schools for their admission, as well as some bus funding, which, as you may know, bus funding continues to be a big issue and a big burden, barrier for many of our schools. This funding would allow us to bridge that gap and allow more schools to come visit the Living Desert, inspire that curiosity. I know that for me, growing up in Riverside County, that exposure, those opportunities, they mean a lot, as they do for many of the kids that we have visit the zoo. This year, currently, we've already had over 18,000 students visit the Living Desert. From those students, it was 287 schools who visited. We were able to provide 90 scholarships thus far, with 12 coming soon to the Living Desert. This funding would allow us to increase those numbers and allow more schools to visit the Living Desert without them having to pay admission, reducing any of the barriers for the schools as well as the families that oftentimes have to support these field trips. So I encourage you to support this, to support us, and help us show and provide a venue for students to learn about conservation, wildlife, education, fostering hopefully the next generation of these professionals. Thank you.
To reiterate, these are Title I schools who would
Correct.
never have the opportunity to step foot and ignite that passion for environmental stewardship.
Thank you, Kat.
Next, we will be moving on to our Emergency Solutions Grant. Our next speaker is HESG 01, Valley Restart Shelter.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. While the Community Development Block Grant supports the long-term stability of our programs, the Emergency Solutions Grant addresses something more immediate, the moment when someone has nowhere else to go. This funding allows us to respond in real time when individuals and families are facing homelessness, not as a concept, but as a reality that night. At Valley Restart, we serve as that safety net. When someone has exhausted every option, when they are out of time, we are often the place that they turn to. The funding we are requesting through AESG is $62,250. This includes $30,000 for operations staffing, $12,250 for repairs and maintenance, and $20,000 for utilities. These are not abstract costs. These are essential components that allow us to keep our doors open, our facility functioning, and our services available without interruption. Repairs and maintenance ensure that the environment remains safe and livable for the families and individuals we serve. Utilities ensure that the lights stay on, the beds remain available, and basic human needs are met. Staffing ensures that when someone walks through our doors in crisis, there is someone there to receive them, guide them, and support them. This funding strengthens our ability to respond immediately in those critical moments, ensuring that when individuals and families reach out in crisis, we are ready to meet them with consistency, safety, and support. Every night, there are individuals and families in our community who do not know where they will sleep. ESG funds help ensure that when they come to us, the answer is not, "I'm sorry, we can't," but "we're here." Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to supporting those in crisis in our community. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, we're actually going to be moving back to our CDBG grant. We have one more speaker. I'm going to call up P7 and P8, Boys and Girls Club of the San Gregorio Pass.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Rhonda Guadarrama, and I'm with the Boys and Girls Clubs of the San Gregorio Pass. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm speaking on two programs, so I hope I get 6 minutes. So I won't take that long. The club has been serving youth in the Pass area since 2005, and our mission is to inspire and enable all youth, especially those who need us most, to realize their full potential as productive, responsible, and caring citizens. Currently, our organization serves over 2,300 children each day across our 15 clubs located in Beaumont, Banning, Cabazon, and Yucaipa. I'm here respectfully today to request your support of CDBG funds to support our Camp Kids program in Beaumont. We provide before and after school programming at 11 locations in Beaumont, and during summer, winter, and spring and Thanksgiving breaks, we offer full-day camps from 6:30 in the morning to 6 p.m. at the Sundance and Brookside Elementary Schools. Through our camp programs, we engage children in the Boys and Girls Club's core program areas, character and leadership, the arts, health and life skills, education and technology, and sports and recreation. During the summer, each themed week features fun activities such as STEM projects, fine arts classes, music, culinary skills, photography, field trips, and computer education. Numerous studies have shown that low-income youth typically lose approximately 2 months of math and reading skills over the summer, leading to significant academic setbacks. We help bridge these gaps, providing children who attend the club with a chance to learn and minimize their academic learning loss. Most importantly, we provide Beaumont families with peace of mind. Parents can trust that when they drop their children off in the morning, they will be safe, supervised, and engaged in enriching activities with caring adults. CDBG funds will enable us to continue offering essential summer programming to families in need who might otherwise lack a safe and positive place for their children. 1 minute left, shoot. Okay, keep going. We also respectfully request your support of CDBG funding for our Teens Continue to Lead program, which is designed for youth ages 13 to 18 at our Teen Center in Banning. During the summer and other out-of-school breaks, our professional staff provide daily mentorship, guidance, and leadership development programs from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. There's a significant lack of out-of-school time activities for teens in Banning, and our programs address this critical need by offering full-day camps in a safe, supervised environment. Currently, more than 50% of our teens come from single-parent families, and over 90% are eligible for free or reduced-price lunch. To ensure that all youth can participate regardless of their financial situations, we provide all programs at our Teen Center at no cost. At our camps, teens participate in enriching programs, and we also offer leadership-focused programs such as Adulting 101 and Keystone, which provide workshops on essential post-high school topics. Thank you. Post-high school topics such as college applications, career exploration, resume writing, personal finance and budgeting, goals and goal setting to support on-time graduation. Additionally, we provide educational field trips and invite engaging guest speakers to enhance the program. If any of you would like to come out and be a part of that program, we'd love to have you. With CDBG funding, we aim to continue empowering the teens that we serve by providing them with skills, hope, and encouragement they need to reach their fullest potential. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, that concludes our speakers for today. Thank you so much for your time.
I think he is.
With that, we request that the public hearing be closed, and we'll be returning back to the board in July with the fund allocations and the action plan that's due to it.
And with that, we will close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you all who took your time to be here.
Thank you.
I was taking too many notes. I got distracted. Okay, we are now on item 213.
Good day, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Michael Thomas, Deputy County Counsel for the Treasurer Tax Collector. You have in front of you excess proceed public hearings in items 21.3 through 21.9. My understanding is that public speakers wish to speak on items 21.6 and 21.8.
I only had 21.6. Is there somebody from 21.8?
So at this time, if the board wishes, we could conduct the public hearings on items 21.3, 4, 5, 7, and 9.
Can we just do all of them?
Yes, Chair, you can do that in a group except for 21.6 and 21.8, which have public comments.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I tried.
I know.
Okay, go on. Thank you.
Therefore, with respect to items 21.3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, the tax collector staff isn't aware of anyone who wishes to speak on those matters. And absent any questions from the board, we would recommend that the board approve these items as listed in the respective staff reports.
Some money on the table on these suckers. Okay, so with that, we will open the public hearing for 21.3, 21.4, 21.5, 21.7, and 21.9. Okay, public hearing's open. Do we have any speakers on any of those items?
No, we do not.
Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a vote. Got a motion and a second? And those pass 5-0. Now we're on 21.6.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, again, Michael Thomas, Deputy County Counsel for the Treasurer Tax Collector. We recommend that the board would listen to any public speakers on this matter, and then I can come back and discuss any questions and share some additional information with you at that time.
Okay, with that, I will open 21.6.
We have two public speakers. First is Anita Phillips, followed by Brad Anderson.
And Brad Anderson's online, correct? Okay.
Good morning, board. This is on a matter of a property in Cabazon. The property is in the estate of Chris John Weinkoff, which was my husband, and there was an uncle that forged some documents. I've had a police report done. I have all the documents showing that it was forged, and as far as the proceeds, I believe they should go to me because I am the heir of the estate. I'm asking the board, they said that his name was not on the property at the time of this auction, but it is on in the estate of Chris John Weinkoff at the time of the auction. So I'm just here to prove that I should be the heir of that estate. And I presented to you some, I don't know if you got them, the packet.
We did?
It has all
Oh,
the
yes, we did.
Okay, it has the police report in there stating that they did a complete investigation. The gentleman that forged the document is deceased.
Okay.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you for sharing, and we will, after we close the public hearing, we can bring it back to discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Brad Anderson.
Yes, good afternoon, morning. I don't know what time it is. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage, 37043 Ferber Drive. I wanted to speak on this item, and actually all the tax collection stuff, but I brought this one up just because it's in District 5 and not in District 4. This is a common occurrence from the tax collector on these tax seizures that they take people's property and they deny the processes or the proceedings or the excesses, they call them, of the tax sale. This is a prime example of them not doing I can't pronounce it, but they're not doing the correct job of doing the right investigative work, possibly on purpose to collect these taxes, but I can't say that for sure, but I can suspect that. But this type of thing where you have an heir to a state, now this property had two other people, the Cabazon Water District and Riverside County Code compliance, attempting to defraud this property owner of money through a tax sale. Now, this is commonplace, and people need to look at this because this has happened before. I've been involved in a couple of these, and that's probably why the tax collector's kind of coming after me, because I had to get the attorneys involved and all this other stuff. But that's a whole other story. But I think you should really listen to this this person that's claiming this property, and just so everybody knows, when they do these tax sales, they're collecting unpaid taxes, but they're taking a lot of the equity out of the home. There could be hundreds of thousands of dollars that people won't even get, and the sharks out there will get it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers? Okay, I will close the public hearing on this issue. And Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, I just had a question, Mr. And so if I understand it, so it's in Cabazon. She's the surviving spouse of the gentleman named Chris John. And so can you kind of explain the reasoning again for the denial?
Yes, let me give an initial summary, and then we also have Chief Deputy Treasurer Tax Collector Adelina Brill here with me to speak on behalf of the department. The tax collector's staff makes determinations and recommendations based on the evidence that is submitted by claimants for these excess proceeds matters, and also based on evidence obtained by the department during its review of these claims. In this case, the tax collector's staff reviewed the claim from Mrs. Roel Phillips. The county also obtained a title report and reviewed the county assessor's internal records as well that are related to this property. Based on that evidence, the tax collector's staff determined that this claim relates to a prior owner in the chain of title who was no longer a title holder of record at the time of the tax sale, as is required by law. The claimant seems to assert some type of fraudulent deed or other type of defect in the chain of title. However, the county has received no evidence of a court determination or other persuasive evidence beyond that that would cause the tax collector's staff to change its recommendation based on the weight of the evidence. For that reason, and subject to any additional information by tax collector staff or questions by the board, we do ask that the board approve the item as recommended in the staff report.
Okay, and then you guys are asking where would the proceeds go to?
In this case, two of the three claimants have withdrawn their claims, And the third claimant is the person who has approached you today, who by law is not a title holder of record or related to a title holder of record at the time of the sale. In that case, the funds do default to the county general fund.
Okay. Thank you. I think if somebody else pushed a button.
Yeah, there's a couple of us.
Okay. Chuck?
Thank you. He was asking good questions. I'm just wondering if I could have the claimant come back up for a second. Because all of this rests on that she was not able to provide evidence to her claim that someone stole the title.
If I can kind of elaborate on the chain of title and the circumstance. So to answer her concern, initially her husband held title with his mom as joint tenants. Okay. He ultimately ended up dying, and his beneficial interest automatically transferred to the mom, Marguerite. After that, she ended up transferring property to an Albert Weinkauf prior to her death. So the assessor and both our title insurance company both recognize Albert Weinkauf as being the last owner of record on the property. Miss Phillip does mention that there was a fraudulent deed, but that was a fraudulent deed that occurred after the recording of Albert Weinkauf's ultimate deed, which was the last final recognized document. So anything that happened after Albert was not recognized by both title or by the assessor's office because Albert himself did not transfer title prior to his death.
You're saying even though there was a fraudulent attempt at taking title, it was not recognized, and it happened after?
Right, it would have been a subsequent deed that was recorded and not recognized by either the assessor or the title company. Because ultimately there's no record showing that Albert Weinkauf transferred his interest in the property. And he is the last legal owner of record.
And where's Albert?
As far as I know, as far as our records show, it seems that he is deceased, but our office does do a very extensive research. We cast a really wide net to try to capture anybody who has an interest, particularly in these cases where the funds are going to county general fund. We do extra work just to make sure, obviously, the money is going to get in the hands of who it's owed. But in this case, no claimant came forward on behalf of Mr. Albert Weinkauf. So the county does allow the 1-year period for all claimants to come in and submit a claim. But in this case, we did not have anyone, and ultimately the county cannot force or obligate anybody to submit a claim if they have not. So that is why the funds are going to county general fund.
And Chuck, just one quick thing. Couldn't the mom give the answer?
So as far as our records show, the mom is deceased, and so prior to her passing, she transferred title to an Albert Weinkauf.
Okay. Can I just hear again from
Sure, no problem.
Ms. Phillip? I see you're shaking your head. You don't agree with that.
In the packet that I gave you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, there's the quick claim in there, and there's also copies of the forged. Yeah. And there's also a power of attorney from Marguerite, who was the one that they said sold it to Albert, but she didn't. And I have proof of the signature there too. And I had the sheriff's department. They did a complete investigation, and they went to everybody that was alive, to find out what happened. And he found that the documents were forged. The only other way I can prove it is I get a copy of the notary's book and prove the fingerprint on it that it wasn't mine. I didn't sign anything, and I have documents here stating that it is in the estate of Chris John Weinkauf. The property was at the time it sold. I had title.
And you presented all this to the treasurer tax collector?
Yes, I did. They got everything that you have. They got all of that too.
Have you? And you've met with them, like sat down and talked?
No, I've talked to them on the phone, and they, I haven't sat down and talked to them at all.
Oh, Madam Chair, could we hear from the treasurer tax collector?
I'd love to.
Uh,
And this is all really, particularly since the
Yeah.
driver's license don't even match your letter here, the names. These names are all over the place.
Yeah, well, that was my name at the time. And I remarried. After that, I remarried. That's why.
Come
my
on, now
name is
you're
Ralph.
really confusing us.
That's why my name is Ralph Phillips. I have my driver's license.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, I should have asked that.
No, Thank you, Mr.
You're good.
Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Matt Jennings, Treasurer Tax Collector. So just a couple of quick points. Despite the information and the fraudulent claims, et cetera, as Adelina explained, with this situation, basically, mom and husband or mother and son, the way it's held in joint tenancy, one of them passes, it automatically goes to the other party. Prior to mom passing, she transfers it to another individual. That individual is the last assessee. They're the only ones other than anyone else that can claim an interest in the property. Anytime that you're dealing with like fraudulent activity, fraudulent deeds, recordings, et cetera, there's a proper legal mechanism to go through to get those fixed. And you have to have a court order. Even if there's a police report or an investigation, if there's something that the sheriff's department determines that, yes, this is something that was improperly done, it's going to go to the DA, they're going to do an investigation, et cetera. Courts are going to issue orders. And so just without a court order, even though if there was fraud, and we don't know that there was, without a court order to correct the record, there's nothing that anyone can do. It just so happens that this claim of fraudulent activity is occurring well after the property has been transferred multiple times. So I don't want that to be confused, even if it was. This is still not something to where a claim can be paid out to this party. To kind of address her issue as well as Mr. Anderson's, we go through an extensive search to try and find individuals in these excess proceeds matters, because we are selling a property at the highest bid, and that highest bid comes up to what we would consider market value, even though the base tax amount is very low. That creates these excess proceeds, but we have to go through an auction process by state law in order to do that. Because it creates excess funds, we want to find anyone that has an interest in these properties. That's why we send multiple notices out to everybody that we can imagine. Even some people that have the same name, but we know that they probably aren't this person, we still send them a notice. We get hundreds and thousands of calls from people saying, hey, I got this notice about a tax sale or excess proceeds, and I don't know what this property is. Well, you had a link to it some kind of way, even if it was just, it's Matthew Jennings and another Matthew Jennings. So we make sure that we do extensive research to try and find these folks. After we do that, then we want to make sure that we're examining the record properly. So we not only get assessors' records, we hire title companies to pull records and give us reports. On top of that, we then make sure that counsel is confirming what we're looking at and what we're thinking, because we're not lawyers. So then we bring in the lawyers in. And then at a certain point, we say, okay, now we have these claims that we have to make sure that we look at. For example, with the ones for code enforcement, there was a city lien. They filed a claim, but then they withdrew that claim because they got paid out in another manner. So, okay, there's no claim. We can't, like she said, we can't go out and make people file a claim. We notify and we do everything we can to find folks. That's how she got involved, because we sent her notification, even though it was probably 2-3 titles removed. We still want to make sure if you have an opportunity, show us, let us know what you have, and then we'll examine it and we'll determine whether or not it's a valid claim. And that's what we did. And since the 2 withdrew, since she doesn't have a valid claim, the only other option by state law is to deposit the money in the general fund. No one is trying to steal money, take money, defraud people, or anything like that. We're simply following what the state law tells us to do, and we are recommending that these excess funds be moved and approved according to the staff's recommendation. So with that, if you have any further questions, I can answer them. Hopefully.
Okay. I'm good. I'll move the item.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And that passes 5-0. Oh, I'm sorry. 21.8.
Yes, Madam Chair, again, Michael Thomas, Deputy County Counsel for the Tax Collector. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is our final excess proceeds public hearing in this batch. Again, there is at least one public speaker, and again, we recommend that the board conduct the public hearing, and then we can provide additional information and answer any additional questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing for 21.8.
Yes, we have one public speaker, Mike Calsey. I'm being told that he left.
Was he online or here?
He was here.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing since you're not Mike.
I just wanted to quickly, there was a discussion that he had in the lobby with our staff. She explained to him the decision and everything, and apparently he was good with that because he decided to go ahead and leave.
Okay. Okay, with that, we will call for a vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay. Wow. We are now at public comment. We are accepting no additional public comments. How many do we have?
23 total.
Jeez.
Okay.
I also have one slip that was submitted to speak on closed session.
I'm sorry, for what?
We also have a public comment request for closed session.
Okay. Let's move these along.
Anita Phillips, followed by Carlo Alcazar.
Anita, you wanted to talk on public comment? Okay.
Carlo Alcazar.
Madam Chair, before we get started, for the record, I'm attending a retirement ceremony for one of the top leadership officials in the city of Temecula. It starts at 3, so I won't be able to stay for the entire public comment segment. Just letting you know in advance.
If we can just ask those of you who don't need your full 3 minutes to please relinquish whatever you don't have to stand there and talk the whole time. Get your point across in respect to attending of a scheduled event. If you need it, then go for it. We just lose Supervisor Washington.
No big loss.
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Carlo Alcazar. I stand before you as a veteran who raised my hand 3 times to defend the United States Constitution. And just recently on September, as a naval intelligence officer. On my last deployment, my unit confirmed that ISIS rockets had hit us in a remote outpost in Africa. I stood where a threat to our freedoms and my life and my buddies' lives. And I accepted that risk because I believed in what I was defending. And that's why I take this personally, because I came home to something that does not match what I fought for, what I believed. I am heartbroken. First, I want to introduce a child who has reported that she felt pressure, fear, that her brothers and sisters could be taken away if she did not say what the social worker wanted her to say. A child was placed in a position where fear may have shaped her words. That is not protection, and that is no burden a child should bear. And then comes the consequence. Because of those words and actions by the social worker and the foster parent, there's a man sitting in Riverside County Jail for the last 4 years with no trial.
This is just public comment from.
Medical evidence has cleared him. The child recanted, told her story to a psychologist, and still the department of CPS has not changed their stance. And this man sits there, violation of the Sixth Amendment right. And still he waits. He waits to be reunited with the children that want to be with him. And while waiting his life stands still, waiting for his constitutional rights to be amended, I mean, I can just imagine what the taxpayer is going to pay on that one. And yet he is not alone. I've spoken to him, and I've spoken to his family, and there are others in there waiting for their court hearings as well that will not happen, don't seem to happen, because they're kind of being pressured to make a deal, right? And so let me talk about CFS or CPS here in Riverside. I've spoken to San Bernardino's director of CFS, and I've asked her directly to her face and asked her, are there forced adoptions or removals based on false allegations, civil rights violations, or any of such that will constitute crimes? And she says, I can't guarantee it. So what does that mean? For a veteran myself who fought for this Constitution, knowing that there's an agency that is rogue that does not care about the Constitution, families show up to court with no filings, no paperwork, due service, due process is garbage. Thank you for your time, and I would like to speak to any of you outside of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
you. George Rombach, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Sorry, nothing works quite the way it should anymore. My name is George Rombach. I'm a resident of Temecula in Riverside County. I spent 55 years as a certified public accountant, have a law degree. In my retirement, now in my mid-80s, I spent my time with forming the Constitution Association and also in helping voter integrity. I've been active behind a group that has submitted to you for some time. One consistent finding, and I've been here for several hearings, have not spoken before, but one of the things I've noticed is out of the last 4 years, every single time we've had more ballots counted than were submitted. That can't be. As I've told our group, there's 5 of you. If 6 votes came up on that panel, that can't happen. Just can't happen. It shouldn't happen on our regular election either. If we have 100 voters come in, we shouldn't have 110 votes. Now, you've had the wisdom of adding people to your staff that have given records that, in my understanding, we haven't had a time where he has appeared before, where we have the opportunity to audit it. Based on that routine, our sheriff, pursuant to a warrant, took possession of the population of ballots and seeks to count them. Basic task. Now, we have coming before the California Supreme Court a writ of mandamus, wherein they acknowledge that our sheriff has that capability, but they think more experience would be our voter people. Basic aspect of auditing, you can't send the work back to the people who did the work to audit it themselves. That's basically what they're seeking. I think this council should get.
Thank you for your comments. Who's after Mr. Langworth? Let's be ready to jump up when you're ready to go.
James Martinez.
So thank you for time to speak. But I'm going to quote from the writ of mandamus, which I think kind of gives us a roadmap. I think there's a lot of very positive things in this brief. And so I'm going to quote from it. One is confidence in the integrity of our election process is essential to the functioning of our participatory democracy. I think we're all going to agree with that. The fundamental question in this brief involves whether the sheriff is legally allowed to seize the ballots cast in the Prop 50 election. That's kind of the essential question. But the petition admits that the sheriff is, in performing his duty in a criminal investigation, has the authority to do this. They're not really disputing that. As long as he handles the ballots with the custody procedures and public inspection requirements provided by law. I agree with that. This has to be very transparent. Now, the AG Bonta, has serious concerns whether the probable cause existed to support the sheriff's warrants. And that's why we keep bringing in these wheelie carts with all the evidence, and we brought it in again today. That was a probable cause, the registrar's own records. Now, Registrar Tinoco believes the discrepancy discovered by our audit was the result that we did not understand the difference between raw ballots and processed ballots. And that's where I would like the picture to go up. We do understand the difference. So as you, oh, it's the wrong one. So, where else get messed up? All right, if you see on that picture, ballots delivered to the ROV, those are raw ballots. If you see the ballots rejected by the ROV, those are the ballots rejected by the ROV. And then if you get down to the total ballots cast, that's the legal ballot. So yeah, we understand what the data is. What the problem is those total ballots cast are so much different than the ROV machine count, which is 45,896. Why? That's what the sheriff wants to investigate. We don't know why. I don't know why. I don't think Art knows why. But it's a discrepancy that needs an answer. That's what this whole case is about. And so we agree with the last section of that warrant that says that the issues raised in this case are of such great importance, they ought to be resolved before the upcoming election. Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Martinez.
May I pass these out to you? These are just a little information about us.
He's getting them.
Greetings. Thank you so much. I know you guys are probably tired. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. My name is James Martinez, and I came today just to remind you or to let you know that you have a new organization founded in your area that is designed for public benefit, not profit, and we are what we call State Humane Services. So what this does is we were created back in 2019 for the purposes of handling criminal investigations or to assist in any type of animal cruelty, abuse, and neglect that happens in our area. Right now, the statistic is very alarming that all these crimes go unreported because by the time they get to law enforcement, priority calls have taken place, it gets pushed to the curb, it gets missed, it gets lost in translation somewhere. So over the years, I've always, as the founder of the program, I wanted to create an organization that had the capability under 14502, appointed as law enforcement, sworn by a magistrate in good standing within the state of California. We are law enforcement affiliates to work with animal control, different types of city animal control, to bring together investigative services so that we don't have to burden our law enforcement agencies. So this could help in kind of like the problem that we have right now with our donkeys being abused, with the allegations that there's somebody out there hunting them. So we always talk about what can we do. We're offering a solution. Here we are, we're available, public benefit nonprofit organization that wants to partner with the County of Riverside. We currently serve down in the Lake Elsinore area with Animal Friends of the Valley. We just had a situation not too long ago where we helped with a person who was importing illegal wolves, F1 first generation wolves, he thought it was going to be great to sell. We were able to put together a search warrant. Sheriff's office was happy with us because with their assistance, we served the search warrant and we stumbled upon a gambling syndicate, illegal weapons, drugs, and other things, and 2 wolves that this individual was going to try to sell into our community, which, as we know, that just doesn't work. You just can't have wild animals as pets. So these are some of the solutions that we're bringing to the table, a resource and a partner, an advocate. So that's why we're here. This is my introduction to you. I want to thank you for your time, and you have my card and information, and I gave you all a sticker. So thank you very much.
For the next 2
Langworthy.
speakers, please.
Pardon?
The next couple of speakers.
Veronica Langworthy, followed by Nadine Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Another 3-minute soundbite of election facts. So I appreciate that our Registrar of Voters, Art Tinoco, and his Public Information Officer have been sitting here for more than 2 hours during this busy election season to hear if there might be a public comment today. And so I do have some information to show you. Get that right there. Okay. So at the base of the ballot statement that is filled out by signatures of all members of the board, it says, "We further certify that the total number of official ballots received..."
1 second, Veronica, we can't see what you put there.
Oh.
Maybe we could stop the time.
No, it's actually the bottom that
Oh, okay,
underneath
now
the
we can.
signature.
Now we can. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
the top of it is just saying what it is, this
Okay.
ballot statement.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
the
good. You can
bottom
resume.
part of it that's really important. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, it says, "We further certify that the total number of official ballots received, voted, rejected, spoiled, and canceled found in the ballot container and the number accounted for is as indicated on the ballot statement. We further certify that the assisted voters list and challenge list show a complete list of all voters assisted or challenged." So even after all the long day, I've been at the vote centers at the end of the day and seen how meticulously they count the number of ballots that are there to protect the chain of custody, protect our voter civil rights. So I wanted you to be aware of that. That may not have been highlighted last time because the top of the form was shown. Now then, on February 10th, it was mentioned that, you know, the workers were tired, errors may have been made, but there's a remedy for that. There's a California election law 15304 that says in jurisdictions using a central counting place, the elections official may appoint not less than 3 deputies to open the envelopes or containers with the materials returned from the precincts. And I'm going to put it here so you can read it. Oh, there we go. And that if after examination any of the materials are incomplete, ambiguous, not properly authenticated, or otherwise defective, the precinct officers may be summoned before the elections official and examined under oath to describe polling place procedures and to correct errors or omissions. So there is a remedy if there are errors, and it's a legal remedy. And so I sent in a Public Records Act request, which came due yesterday, and this is when I received this information. And they did not issue or serve any subpoenas. They did not have anyone under oath to explain any irregularities. So I just wanted you to be aware of that finding of fact, and ask that, you are our elected representatives. You serve on the dais to protect our civil rights. And so in the upcoming elections, insist that you are the supervisors and that the registrar who is appointed by you bring you information, the audit trail, in a timely manner so that you can find fact as to what the true and correct is.
Thank you.
Nadine Gonzalez, followed by Jose, last name beginning with letter Z or R. Nadine Gonzalez. Jose.
Who's after Jose?
Claudia Prado.
Please be prepared, okay?
Good morning, Board. I'm Jose Rigerio, and I reside in Area 3 over in Murrieta. First of all, as a disclaimer, I am not part of any political group. Knowing that the media is around here, most likely, they're going to start assigning names to those of us that oppose their views. But anyway, I stood here before you last year to talk about the same elections, the numbers. Somehow the numbers were not adding up. 2 + 2 was not coming to 4. So at the recommendation of Supervisor Perez, for me to communicate with Mr. Ceballos. I think he's the assistant registrar, if I'm not mistaken. And he recommended we both talk. So fine, I did. I sent him 2 or 3 emails to get together and to please explain to me in basic terms, how did you come up with all your numbers? Well, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for him to schedule an appointment with me to allow me to see how those numbers came up. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Okay? So, with that being said, all I'm asking is for help. I need help. Now, moving forward, 2026, now we're seeing the results of perhaps that lack of communication to be able to see exactly how those ballots are being counted or how the numbers came up. Okay? We elected a sheriff, Sheriff Bianco, as a citizen to enforce the law. To enforce the law, we voted for him. He's supposed to do that, which is what he's doing. But I see a lot of pushback from, I don't know, from some of you or whatever. Most of you are staying quiet. It's what I'm concerned about. Okay? Why don't we just get to the bottom of it? Okay? Count the ballots. Allow us to see who is right and who is wrong. Okay? That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Claudia Prado, followed by Jose Julian Andrade.
Hello, Board. My name is Claudia Prado, and I'm following up on the short-term rental moratorium. I was here 2 weeks ago and also came here to speak last month. I understand the county is working on updating the ordinance, but this delay is putting me in a financial crisis. I'm renting my home below market just to stay afloat, paying the difference out of pocket each month but now my tenants are leaving. As a single mother of two, this is not sustainable, and I cannot do this much longer. I have done everything I was told to do, followed the rules, reached out multiple times, and complied with switching to 31 night stays while waiting for guidance. Instead, the moratorium was put in place while I was still trying to resolve my case, leaving me with no path forward. I respectfully ask for a temporary solution, whether that's an exception or a temporary renewal for those of us who were actively trying to comply before the moratorium was put in place. I'm not asking for special treatment, I'm asking for fairness. Without relief, I am at risk of losing my home. I'm honestly just here asking for help. I cannot do it anymore. It's causing a lot of stress on me. I have 2 kids. My son is autistic. It's a lot. So I'm just asking for help. Thank you.
Where do you live?
Huh?
Where do you?
My house is in Desert Hot Springs.
Okay,
And at the B-Bar H Ranch.
Can I?
got 3 supervisors want to ask you a question. You already got yours? Okay. Supervisor Washington?
Well, I'm not trying to answer her question. I would like to ask our TLMA director to come up.
Manny, did you have something for
Yeah,
her?
real quick. I was going to do the same. However, I understand that we went through this process already, and there are some discrepancies along the way. And I think that needs to be said to the young lady here. I'm not sure if she understands that or not, or what the issues were, but I think it should be said.
Ma'am, are you done? We're done with your comments? Thank you. Ronnie, I know we were doing a moratorium in the desert just to get a handle on what we had, what we didn't have. And I think you were trying to build a strategy for enforcement. Is the moratorium still in effect?
Yes, Supervisor. Good afternoon. Rania Odenbaugh, TLMA Agency Director. To answer you, Supervisor Washington, the moratorium is still in effect. We anticipate returning back to this Board of Supervisors with recommendations related to amendments to the ordinance as it pertains to enforcement, and potentially a recommendation to terminate the moratorium sometime by the end of the fiscal year. As it relates to the speaker, her STR certificate expired in November of 2023. Staff pursued her for an extension. She came back in May of 2024. The extension is usually only 90 days. We gave her an opportunity to submit beyond the extension termination and did not receive the paperwork within that given year. By the time we received her application, it was already in late March of 2025, and the moratorium was already in effect. What we offered the applicant, what the planning team offered the applicant, is an opportunity to line up her paperwork now so that when the moratorium is lifted, we would be more than happy to have her ahead of the line at that point. And that opportunity was presented to the constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So she was given a year, or basically it took a year for her to even bring back that information.
That is accurate. And also, there appeared to be a confusion, Supervisor Perez, between her STR and B-Bar Ranch and another STR in another county altogether, in addition to personal issues that she referenced.
And aside from that, the reason why the moratorium is still in effect, although not very much longer, is because of the festival. We wanted to take time to better understand how the festivals have an impact in that area as well. That's my understanding.
That is accurate. Between Stagecoach this last weekend, Coachella prior to that, just wanted to have an opportunity to further assess when the events are at peak. Now we have the data, Code Enforcement Director is here and certainly can speak to that, but we have the data and we will have news back to the Board of Supervisors along with enhanced enforcement strategies that we heard from the public on February 10th. And like I said, potentially a termination of the moratorium recommendation in the near future.
Well, when you were speaking, she was saying no. And don't know why, but I think that needs to be cleared up. And obviously, if she was giving those opportunities, which I believe staff the onus is on you. You didn't submit the paperwork. So, you're saying that you don't want special treatment, but there are many others in the same boat that didn't turn in their paperwork. That's what I know right now from what I'm being told.
They were setting me up and down the stairs. Nobody had any information. We had people from code enforcement to the short-term rental office. There was just no guidance.
All right. So bottom line.
We are committed to working with the applicant as soon as the moratorium is lifted to provide her with the opportunity to extend her short-term rental, provided all the documentation is submitted. Thank you, Board.
Okay, thank you.
Ronnie, hold on. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Odenbaugh mentioned that we would have this item back before the end of this fiscal. Ronnie, come on back. Ms. Odenbaugh referenced that we would have this the short-term ordinance back to the board before the end of the fiscal year. I wanted to clarify that we're going to try and get it back certainly as soon as possible, and our goal is this summer. But I didn't want there to be the perception that it will definitely be back sometime in the next 6 or 7 weeks, because we do want to do some public outreach to make sure that the community is up to speed on that. So that's my understanding, unless, Ronnie, you're telling it's going to be back before July 1?
We can further discuss the timeline in previous discussions with the executive office, being that we had already outreached this particular item in the past. We were going to extend the noticing period to accommodate for that, and that was something that we were planning and doing in April. But to your point, Mr. Van Wagenen, we would be having this discussion further tomorrow to further clarify the timeline.
So just for the record then, I don't want there to be the misperception that this is guaranteed to come back before the end of the fiscal year.
It might not come back.
Got it. Okay. Next.
Jose Julian Andrade, followed by Nathaniel Chukwu.
Hello, my name is Jose Andrade, and I'm here to represent the community of Thermal in the Eastern Coachella Valley. I'm here to speak out against the continued annexations of areas in Thermal and against the pattern of luxury tourist development being pushed into Thermal. The Thermal is not an empty land waiting to be remade for the wealthy. It's a living community. It is a home to working families, farm worker families, people who already carry the burden of environmental injustice, underinvestment, and displacement pressures. When annexation and luxury development move forward without the real protection from current residents, the message is clear. The needs of investors matter more than the people who already live there. These projects raise land value, increase housing pressures, strain water resources, and transmit regions in ways that working families do not ask for and may not be able to survive. Development is not neutral when it's only benefiting outsiders. Growth is not progress when it cuts the very communities that built this region. If public officials are serious about equity, then you must ask, who is benefiting, who pays the price, and who gets left behind? Thermal does not need to become a playground for luxury expansion, while its own residents struggle for affordability, infrastructure, and basic protections. Before there must be a meaningful community input. Put the people of Thermal first. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, just very quickly, there is no conversation about annexation. No one's going to annex Thermal unless Thermal Community Council wants it. That hasn't been declared.
Okay. We are still in an unincorporated group in Thermal that is still not able to have accessibility to housing, affordability of water, all these things, and they're putting luxury developments on there.
Obviously, that's been an ongoing struggle, but yeah, just so you know, no annexation is going on.
Okay. It's still, a talk about these other issues.
Your community council is there for that reason.
Okay. Thank you.
Nathaniel Chukwu, followed by Kiara Rivera.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Chukwu, and I live in Eastvale. I want to make comments on public health. They were here today, and they shined. I'm not here to criticize the good work they do. I'm just here to make a comment on a lapse that I identified that may need correction. First of all, I want to use this opportunity to thank Supervisors Manuel Perez and Yustian Gutierrez for their welcoming support of the immigrant community as expressed on the board's website. I'm confident that the board shares the sentiment, hence the allocation of resources to assist this community. I'm here to share with you that there is a problem with such allocated resources that you may not be aware of. And this is the failure to honor vouchers issued to immigrants for medical services. I'm here to share this because a recent immigrant, not quite 6 months in the country, the family is in dilemma, brought this matter to my attention after several outreach to the program director to pay failed. And this family may not be the only family in this dilemma. Because of the county department's refusal to honor this voucher that has county full faith and credit backing it, the family's account was reported to collections agency as a welcoming guest to them by the service provider. And even this failed to motivate the department to pay when notified. I've tried several times to assist this family by discussing with the directors to ensure that they make the payment, but it failed. So I had no option but to bring this to their attention. I present this to you with confidence that the board will rectify this lapse. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Kiara Rivera, followed by Adriana Ruiz.
Madam Chair, before you leave, sir, a staff member is coming down to speak with you, get your information to follow up.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members, Madam Chair. My name is Kiara Rivera, and I am a social work student at Cal State San Bernardino. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the board for their hard work and dedication to the districts under their supervision, and for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you all today about a subject that is dear to me. As a former resident of the unincorporated Riverside community of Thermal, I know better than most the struggles and hardships Thermal residents face. Because of Thermal's unincorporated status, residents are often left out of the bigger conversations regarding the future of their community. I know as elected officials and proud community leaders, you value the voices of your constituents, especially our Supervisor Perez of District 4. That is why I have come here today on behalf of the members of a community I love to express our opposition to further annexation of parts of Thermal into the city limits of La Quinta. This is specifically in regards to the land between Avenue 54 and Airport Boulevard, which La Quinta has maintained as a part of their sphere of influence. It's 2006, I believe. However, this land is within the boundaries of Thermal. In the past, these decisions have been made without input from residents, which is deeply troubling.
Should we not all have a say in what happens in our community? The people of Thermal think so, and they say they are uninterested in annexation and prefer the independence of self-governance that comes with the status of an incorporated community. On behalf of the residents of Thermal, I say to you, we, the people of Thermal, have value. We deserve to be informed on matters related to our community and given the power to veto decisions we believe will not benefit it. And with that, I thank you for your time and consideration.
At LAFCO.
Adriana Ruiz, followed by Bridget Vargas.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to keep barging in here, but you're absolutely correct. You know, Community Thermal does not want to be annexed. So it's not even a discussion. I don't know where that's coming from. Community Council is there for that reason, which is representatives from Thermal that live and grew up in the community as well. They
Yes,
are
I've
not in
spoken
agreement-
with the
they're not in
Community
agreement
Council.
with any annexation at all, and neither am I. So that's not going to happen. But be
Thank
ready
you.
in case it ever pops up. Then yeah, we're going to ask you to mobilize.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Adriana Ruiz, and I'm a social work student at Cal State San Bernardino. Along with my classmates, I am part of a community advocacy project focused on the residents of Thermal, California. As social work students, advocacy is the center of what we do. We are taught to stand with vulnerable communities, uplift voices that are often unheard, and speak for those who feel they cannot speak for themselves. That is why we are here today. In Thermal, we see luxury developments continuing to grow, while across the street, families are living in self-built homes with limited access to basic resources and services. This contrast is impossible to ignore. It raises an important question: how can development continue without first addressing the needs of the residents who have been here all along? People deserve safe housing, clean infrastructure, transparency, and opportunity to be included in decisions that directly affect the community, land, and future. I stand here today because advocacy begins with awareness, and awareness begins with listening. Sometimes people stay silent because they feel unheard or believe their voice will not matter, but every resident deserves respect, dignity, and the right to be a part of the decisions that shape their community. And as students, we stand here not only to learn, but to advocate for community empowerment, equity, and social justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bridget Vargas, followed by Debbie Walsh.
Good afternoon. The mic? Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Bridget Vargas, and I'm a social work student here at CSUSB, Cal State San Bernardino, and a lifelong resident of Thermal, California. I understand that it has been stated that there is currently no annexation being proposed, although this may be only be in discussion at this time. Conversations like these still impact our community. And the people of Thermal deserve to be informed, included, and heard from the very beginning. I am here today to speak about my community and the importance of ensuring our voices are heard in any decisions that may affect us. Growing up in Thermal, I've seen firsthand the challenges our community faces, especially with infrastructure, access to resources, and representation. These issues affect people's everyday lives and deserve continued attention. Even discussions like this raise important concerns about transparency and communication. Residents want to be informed, involved, and heard early in the process, not after decisions are already made. Through my advocacy project I've worked with to raise awareness, share information, and encourage community involvement so residents feel informed and empowered to speak up. I respectfully ask that you prioritize clear communication and actively include Thermal residents in any future discussions or decisions that may impact our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Debbie Walsh, followed by David Hanson.
Trying to get some of these in here real quick. Anyway, my name's Debbie Walsh, and I live in Mead Valley. What we have is a sidewalk project that's turned into a basically disaster that's happening. I think I came back like a week ago. But anyway, the sidewalk project is on Clark Street is a complete disaster. The drainage that they've put in now is basically failed from the first time they put it in. It was just a little, anyway. They put a drainage across the street from the sidewalk, and then that didn't work. So now they've come in and put in all kinds of drainage actually on the right-of-way of the road. It's blocking the actual trail on the west side. They said, oh, we're not going to put anything on the west side. Everything's going to be okay. Put the sidewalk in and you'll leave a trail on the other side. But they've totally destroyed the other side of the road. And it's, basically, I sent you a letter. I did it really quick, so it's not really great. But at any rate, the problem is, let's see if I can come up with some more pictures here. But anyway, the problem is they could have put in a bridge. They call it a bridge. It's a little area. Let me put it right here real quick. Solved the entire problem because it was just basically an area that's just flooded every year. So they've gone in and put a guy that lives on Nance, the easement there. They put another pipe on his property, so there's two pipes now. And that guy is a retired veteran. It's disabled, and it's an easement onto his property that they've just basically dumped all this drainage on his property now. And if it rains, I don't even know how that property is going to be affected, if it's going to be totally flooded or whatever. But it's clearly the water is not going to drain properly. They put all this huge, let me get this real trench thing real quick. Sorry, I'm not real organized this morning. But anyway, so this is what's on on the road. Nobody can walk. It's sloped. There's grates there, and now they've even added some signage to even block the road even more. Quickly try to do this real quick. But anyway, you can see how this is being affected. And this is one more picture. Anyway, that's the guy's property. He has the easement. And so it's going to affect his property. We don't even know how much drainage is going to go on his property until there's a huge rainstorm. But they need to just go back, put in the bridge, and take all this stuff out. It's so simple. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
David Hanson, followed by Maricela Martinez, and Maricela will be requiring a Spanish translator.
Last time I was here, I was talking about the compliance systems and the predictive analytics systems that are pretty much telling your courts how to judge the cases, how to do plea bargains, and all the other things that they determine in court. So they're not ruling judicially, they're ruling administratively. And that is what's causing all the problems in all of these courts and whatnot. But in my experience, okay, I was in CPS court, and they took my daughter away from me, my Native American daughter. They violated ICWA laws. They didn't honor our ICWA laws. And then on top of that, they based it off of, they said my daughter sitting on my lap in church was sexual abuse. And then when I looked at the transcripts, they erased it from the transcripts. I asked for the transcripts, did a formal request, filed a formal request for them, and they won't give them to me because I know how to find the metadata and see that they're altering the transcripts. Then there was a case where they did a restraining order, and they coached my daughter to do the restraining order. She couldn't look me in the eye when she was there. They coached her to do the restraining order, and the restraining order was based off of all the posts that I have in my advocacy against the corruption of courts. None of the posts had anything to do with me saying anything against my daughter. It was me warning my daughter and her mom about the corruption in the courts. And that's what it was all based off of. And with that, they put a restraining order against me saying that I was traumatizing my daughter when it was all just basically about the courts. And then they had me do batterer classes, et cetera, et cetera. So I figured it was fine, whatever. I can't fight this. The lawyers are in on it. So then I went to you guys. And then your DA intercepted because I can't contact you guys for some reason because you guys didn't respond to me when I sent my email to you guys. And so then the police came to my house and they unlawfully arrested and detained me, attacked me actually, because they went and they put their foot in my doorway of my garage to keep it from closing, then rushed in, grabbed me, threw me down on my car, and then they arrested me, put me in jail for 96 hours without judicial review, which is unlawful. And then they asked me to agree to house arrest when it's a misdemeanor. But that's a felony, is house arrest. So they were trying to get me into a felony. All of this exhibits retaliation that they did. That was a Beaumont PD that did that to me. So this was retaliation that they did. And then on top of all that, the bail was set at $5,000. It's a $1,000 misdemeanor. And they set it at $5,000. This shows you, this is all retaliatory for me speaking out about the courts. I know what the courts are doing. I'm not against the courts, but I'm against the fact that a lot of these judges are violating their duties. And I'm going to go to this Commission on Judicial Performance, and I'm probably even going to end up having to file a 1983 against the county because I'm sick and tired of this. I'm Native American. This is abhorrent what they're doing to me. But I thank you guys for your time, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Maricela Martinez. Followed by Roy Bleckert.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Estoy aquí porque el sábado pasado, después de tanto año de no tener un bote de basura verde, no lo llevaron al Mid Valley.
I am here to let you know that last Saturday, after so many years of not having the green trash bin, they finally took me one.
Y todos están muy contentos. Yo oía a las personas diciendo, ahora sí ya tenemos para poner cuando cortamos los árboles.
And everybody was very happy because now we have a place to put all the tree cuttings and grass cuttings.
La otra cosa es que a mí me gustaría en realidad que cada mes pasara la basura.
There's something else. I'd like to have the trash go by at least once a month.
Que recojan los sillones, los muebles, las mesas.
So they can pick up large pieces of furniture like chairs and chairs or armchairs, couches.
Colchones.
And mattresses.
Yo trabajé en una compañía que se llama Carpenter.
I worked at a company named Carpenter.
Y ahí llegaban con las bajo alfombras.
¿Con las qué?
Bajo alfombras. Lo que va abajo de la alfombra.
¿Quién llegaba?
Las compañías cuando las reciclaban.
Companies would recycle the padding that goes under the carpet.
Las metían a unas máquinas y ya salía nueva.
They would put them through machines and they would come out brand new.
Yo pienso que si reciclaran los muebles y se lo ofrecen a una compañía.
I think that if they would recycle the furniture and offer that to companies.
Para que todo eso se vuelva a usar.
All the stuff can be reused.
Y pues no es que diga yo que tenemos un planeta mejor o lo que sea, sino que todos tenemos que contribuir con algo.
Well, and it's not that we have the best planet or anything, but we all need to contribute in one way or another.
Y hay gente que tiene el poder de hacer eso.
There's people that have the power to make these things happen.
Porque en el Mid Valley sufrimos mucho de eso, que van y tiran colchones y a veces sacan uno los muebles a ver si alguien se los lleva.
Because in Mid Valley, this happens frequently. You take furniture out and other people take it, or they don't, or people just dump that kind of stuff in the area.
Porque la compañía de basura dice, llámame y nomás voy por 6 piezas al año.
Because if you call the trash company, they only pick up 6 pieces of furniture in a year.
Yo fui a Texas.
I went to Texas.
Y en Texas cada mes pasa el basurero ese que se lleva los muebles, todo lo que sacan grande.
And over there, they have the service where once a month, that kind of company that picks up large pieces of furniture will go by your house.
Y se ve muy limpio.
And you can see that it looks very clean.
Y eso es todo. Me gustaría que ustedes averiguaran si tienen su bote verde en cada uno de sus distritos.
And I'd like, that's all, and I'd like to see if all of you in your districts do have that green bin.
Porque si Mid Valley duró tanto años sin ese bote.
Because if Meat Valley lasted so long without them.
Yo tengo ahí como 24, 25 años y nunca tuvimos ese bote. Y se lo pedimos muchas veces cuando estaba el supervisor Jeffries.
I mean, I've lived there for
Cuando
24...
iban los de la basura.
Espéreme tantito, señora, por favor, gracias. I mean, I've been there for 24 years, and if it's taking that long for us to get it, I mean, I requested this many times from Supervisor Jeffries when he was still here.
Y pues nunca, lo bueno es que ahora ya lo hicieron, pero poquito a poquito, esas sí son cosas que uno agradece.
Good thing is that now I have it, and those little things, they're greatly appreciated.
También el año pasado, cuando venimos por lo de la basura, ellos dijeron que a las personas mayores les iban a dar el 15%.
Also, last year, when we came here to talk about the trash issues, they said that people that were senior citizens would get 15% discount.
Cuando iban a subir el precio de la basura.
Whenever it was time to raise the prices for the trash.
Y yo he preguntado a personas mayores y dicen, nosotros no sabíamos que nos podían dar un 15%.
And I've asked some senior citizens, they said that they didn't realize that they were entitled to a 15% discount.
Okay, let me just stop and explain to her. Every area has a trash hauler.
Cada área tiene su propia compañía que se encarga de la basura.
And you have to talk directly to your hauler about the green waste, the large pickups that's part of the service that you're paying for through the trash hauler. And the discount, you need to ask to the trash hauler. That's not us. That is the contract with the trash hauler. Okay?
Sí.
¿Está bien? Yes.
Sí, sí entiendo eso.
Yes.
Yo solo que estoy muy contenta por eso, que nos trajeron eso y espero que ese reciclaje se use para bien.
I understand. I'm just very happy that I finally got the bin, and I hope that this recycling is used appropriately.
Thank you for
Muchas
sharing.
gracias y que tengan un buen día.
Thank you. I wish you a good day.
Oh, no, you're welcome.
Roy Bleckert. And following Roy, we'll have Jerry Rodriguez, who is online.
Speaking with the HWS folks, we will check out in the numbers of the units at 160K, but if they're 500,000, that's the price of single-family homes in Moreno Valley. Why didn't you have Corey Jackson here? He's causing the homeless people that you all say you're trying to help. You're taking money out of their funds and doing this from what he started. We go through the thing. Even if you take from the example of you didn't know what was going on. A year into this, you flat knew what was going on. This was not going to be just 3 little houses and was stopped. It was already a technology center, and you had the information of what the expansions were, $10 million for the Moreno Valley thing that we got shut off. And why was that done? And then you guys extended it and said, oh, we're going to make everything all right. And here we are. The poor people that really need these services are going to be denied them. You heard the challenges of everything else that's coming down the pipe. And this is proposed. Now Corey Jackson's trying to bring $5 million into Moreno Valley and Paris. The cities are rejecting or tabling it. It's in the school district tonight. This is how we get to these problems. It's not that, and I don't care what HWS or any of these agencies do. How does HWS drop the cost of a one-bedroom apartment from $500,000 down to where it should be like $100,000? That has been public policy. And you know what? That money comes all out of our pocket. Wherever it goes, federal government or state, it makes my head want to explode when we say, oh, we're getting dollars and it isn't costing anything. No, it all comes from us. We're paying the price. And you're killing the future. You're killing future generations. Just like with this housing and inflation and everything else. Your policies, Sacramento's policies, the District of Criminals policies have drove the affordability of housing where most cannot do it. Yeah, you may help one, but you're killing the future of 10, 100, and that's what is a crying shame. And that is what you don't do, and that is what we should have. Where's Corey Jackson?
Jerry Rodriguez, followed by Danielle Carruthers.
Hello, thank you for your time, members of the board. I'm here to raise the alarm of systemic violations of the ADA and codes of federal regulations within APS, CPS, and other county agencies that have barred my family from essential protective services. These departments refuse to provide the reasonable modifications mandated by the ADA to grant us access to the relief of abuse they are supposed to provide. The county is required to modify policies to prevent discrimination, yet my requests for reasonable modifications have been denied without cause. APS and CPS have conceded that psychological abuse is difficult to prove and acknowledge the extra barriers our disabilities create. But CPS still refuses to move away from their one-size-fits-all policies in direct violation of Title II of the ADA and the DOJ's policy of individualized investigations when disabilities are involved. Like a therapist, they can better catch psychological and mental abuse being present when investigators question kids that are ADHD and possibly on the autism spectrum, instead of them just reviewing the investigator's notes. So these kids are being interviewed by semi-trained professionals that I have had openly acknowledged to me they don't understand attention deficit hyperactivity disorder the way that they should, nor autism spectrum disorder. Therefore, they would not be able to ask the questions as they should when investigating these issues. Staff in APS have admitted performing the specific modifications for others in the past, yet they refuse them for us. This constitutes a disparate treatment, as the county is providing services not as effective as those provided to others, thereby failing its legal obligations. My efforts to resolve this internally have been repeatedly blocked. 2 investigations by your Civil Rights Division of the DPSS proved insufficient, and my first complaint record even disappeared, which is a failure in methods of administration. Most recently, an APS employee by the name of Tabitha Montoya engaged in clear illegal retaliation after I called attention to her and the department's ADA failures. She immediately called into question my ability as a disabled man to care for my wife, a question never raised in 3 prior interactions with her. This discriminatory questioning began only after I evoked my legal rights, a blatant violation of the anti-retaliation provisions of the Americans with Disabilities Act. When I demanded to speak to a supervisor, she refused, and I have yet to receive a returned call. I was recently telling my story to a member of Sabrina Cervantes' office that stated I wasn't the first person to raise similar issues with her about APS.
Danielle Carruthers, followed by Sasha Knopf.
Hi, my name is Danielle Carruthers. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am a local animal rescuer in Marietta, California. And one of my associations is with the Duck Sanctuary in Anza. There's been a lot of complaints in Riverside County as far as the conditions of ducks at the Duck Sanctuary in Anza, California. It has been agreed upon by everybody that there is a large number of ducks and that they need to be rehomed. There was an agreement with Riverside County Animal Services that they had rescues that had stepped up to offer homes for these birds. And instead of following through with that, they allowed 480 surrendered birds to be dispersed to the public for free the very next day, 300 of which were sent to a livestock company. Several rescues who took some of these birds and did manage to save them said that many of them had eye infections, many of them had lice, and animal control knowingly dispersed these birds into public population without any rehoming fees, any home checks, no anything. And one of the companies, a livestock company, that took 300 of them, turned around and sold them for $15 a piece on Facebook and had all of them sold in the same day that they were picked up from the shelter. I'm asking for a full investigation into Riverside County Animal Services. I'm asking for an investigation into the lies that were told, that they had rescues that were working with the shelter to take on these birds. I want an investigation as to why nothing has been done after years of allegations. And I want to know why they think that they're allowed to sell sick birds into the community as well as wild mallards that they were informed were being loaded onto their trucks. These are federally protected birds that they gave away for free in their shelter without any veterinary care. And it's disgusting.
Thank you.
Sasha Knopf, followed by Brad Anderson.
Hi, my name is Sasha Knopf, and I'm also here today to speak about the duck sanctuary and what has happened over the past few years and the recent situation with the rescue or the surrender of the 480 birds that Danielle was just talking about. I agree with what Danielle was saying, and I would like to add that in addition to us requesting an investigation into animal services and how this surrender, as they'd like to call it, was grossly mismanaged, and so many animals and rescues suffered in the process, and people. There were rescues lined up talking to animal control over the past few months and years that did not have a chance to come when the rescue was open to the public, when the animals were open to the public to receive them. So in 24 hours, these ducks that were taken from a hoarding situation and were potentially sick and had been in bad situations for years were turned over to the public on a first comes, first served basis. And the rescues that were lining up secure, safe places for these birds were not allowed to get first choice, and weren't allowed to come in and take them and make sure that they were safe. But I also wanted to add that this has been going on for many, many years. As far back as 2017, there have been reporting party complaints to animal control and code enforcement about hoarding in Mr. Berkowitz's house and outside of the house. And over these years, since 2017 to 2026 now, Riverside County Animal Services has never cited Mr. Berkowitz with any form of animal abuse or neglect or overcrowding or anything like that, despite the fact that...
Thank you. Is Brad Anderson the last one?
Yes, he's our last public comment speaker. And Mr. Anderson also submitted a speaker slip to speak regarding closed session. Brad Anderson.
Yeah, speaking. Hi, Brad Anderson of Rancho Mirage, California, and that's in District 4, Mr. Perez's district for now. I just wanted to speak momentarily about, lost my glasses, about, well, anyway, I can tell you what's going on with me, and maybe I don't really expect anything to happen, but maybe other people can be more aware of how the county operates. The tax collector apparently is attempting to seize my property, which is estimated roughly around $900,000 for $20,000 in back taxes. Now, if I had the money, I would have paid the money, and I say that $20,000, but they also applied another $15,000 onto that for apparently fees and penalties and so forth. So, that being said, it's not reasonable that a property of value would be sold for $20,000, really. And so they're really trying to make another homeless person or another state of the ward or ward of the state, because that's what I would become if I surrendered my property. So, and just to add, to that, I have two Riverside County foster dogs. One is the county would love to destroy, just like they're doing to me now. So that would never happen. I won't surrender that dog. But I guess I'm really trying to point out that what the county is doing is wrong and morally corrupt. And the Board of Supervisors is apparently approving this with the way they conduct an auction, online only. I have no access to that. With minimum bids, that's item 21.1, anybody in the audience could have bid for this property that one person knew about, I guess. So the whole thing stinks to high heaven. So anyway, I'm talking to people that know this, but the people outside that may listen to this probably are not aware of how the county operates. So I guess I just want to emphasize that I'm not treated fairly. So I think, and it could be politically reasons. I did do a little research on other people that's politically connected in the Coachella Valley, and they have outstanding property taxes too, but they're immune to this type of prosecution from our tax collector. And I noticed in a prior presentation that they were said that they do cheat and steal. I can honestly say they do cheat and steal because I have proof of that. So and from other cases that I was actually directly involved in.
Okay, Brad, we're going to give you a couple more minutes. Can you please talk on the closed session item you wish to address? So when's he going to talk? Okay, we are going to move on. I gave him an opportunity. He chose to hang up. So, with that being said, we are now under board member comments. Supervisor Medina.
Yes. If I could get my slides. There's only two. Thank you. On Thursday, April 16th, my office was proud to support the grand opening of the grocery outlet in Jurupa Valley. My Deputy Chief of Staff, Cesar Gomez, represented my office and joined community members, local leaders, and the chamber in welcoming this new business. The investment brings more than just a grocery option. It creates local jobs, increases access to affordable food, and strengthens the local economy. We appreciate partners who continue to invest in our communities and provide essential services for our residents. Next slide. On Wednesday, April 22nd, Araceli Ruiz joined families at the Rubidoux Library to celebrate Earth Day. This was a hands-on event where residents, especially children, engaged in activities focused on environmental awareness and stewardship. It is important that we continue creating opportunities like this, bringing families together while also teaching the next generation about caring for their environment. I want to thank the library staff and all the community partners who helped make this a successful event. And that concludes my remarks. Thank
Manny?
you.
Okay. Doesn't matter, we just go down the road.
Can I have my slides as well? I don't see them yet. But I'll go ahead and start. It was very busy these last 3 weeks. I feel like we did so much these last 3 weeks in the county, but specifically in the 5th District. We had a Bogart Park cleanup event where we had our team out there and volunteers, and it was really nice. And so that's some of our staff there. And we also had the Youth Advisory Council students and different haulers, or not haulers, but bins, large bins where people can throw different things for trash. All right, next slide. We also held our budget workshop, and I want to thank Jeff Van Wagen for the presentation and really facilitating it. He always does a great job with doing that. I also want to thank the staff that was there too. It was very well attended, and the staff, was also there to provide support to members of the public in case they had any questions. And then we were able to hear a lot of feedback as well. And the feedback was either done verbally or it was done where they would put a little dot next to an easel, that had a different topic. And so I really liked that because it kind of got everybody engaged. And so thank you, Jeff. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. I also attended the Badlands Composting Facility ribbon cutting event, and that was very well attended as well with Waste Resources, and they are adding a composting facility now to the Badlands facility. It is at Lambs Canyon already, but now it's going to be at Badlands. So I just wanted to point everybody to that, and it was a great attendance as well. And then the big one that I wanted to just mention is our D5 Community Health Fair. And the reason we decided to do this is because we know that dental coverage is now going to be affected with Medi-Cal because of the HR1. And people have been asking, okay, what can we do? And so we partnered with an organization that actually provides free dental care. And so we serviced about 1,000 residents in Moreno Valley on Saturday and Sunday. And they did anything from cleanings. They had a section for cleanings, extractions, root canals, as well, and x-rays. And then we also partnered with another organization that was there where they did a full eye exam, and then they got to pick their eyeglasses and get them for free. So we're really excited with that. And our goal, because it went so well, we want to try to do one in each area of our district, at least one a year, so at least 3 a year. And if you guys are ever looking for any information about this event, I can always give this information to you as my colleagues, because I think it's very worthwhile for our community, especially during these times. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I think we have some slides. All right, speaking about housing, what an awesome event. Last Tuesday, I was excited to speak at a ribbon cutting at Shady Lane Mobile Home Park. And this is a mobile home park in the community of Thermal that just finished a $10 million renovation. And the developer was Caritas, but if you say it in Spanish, it's Caritas, which means faces in English. And if you think about it, when folks obviously receive their keys and the kids are playing on the playground, what you take a look at is obviously their faces and how happy they are. I made reference to that because I'm an organization that's Caritas, but I thought it was just interesting coincidence, or maybe it was by design, that it actually makes also reference to someone or these folks that actually now live there. And every single body has a voice, they all have a face. So the renovation did a complete transformation. The community is now connected to public water and a sewer system. Mobile homes that were falling apart have been replaced with new mobile homes. And there are now paved roads, as you can see, a community center, and a children's tot lot. In addition, we were able to expand the mobile home park to create more housing opportunities. And that's something we are trying to do at more places with infrastructure. Shady Lane went from 32 spaces to now 40. And through this effort and the county's involvement, the 8 new spaces are reserved to relocate families out of the Oasis mobile home park that is dilapidated and falling apart. Our housing team was there, and a major part of this effort goes to them as well. We're very happy to hear a comment from the state representative that this is a roadmap for other mobile home parks, not only here, but throughout the state of California. So that was exciting, folks. Obviously, these are policymakers and board members, but I'm not sure if you had a photo, and they sent you a photo of the community itself. That's unfortunate. That's the photo you should have had. Because honestly, when you take a look at their faces, they're just so happy. Everybody's happy. And I also want to give a shout out to the Amezcua family, which is right next door, who helped this mobile home park with water and electricity. Moving on, please. Now, this event here is very touching. I mean, it's painful. I go there because I think it's my duty and obligation to be there, knowing that, our responsibility is to protect and serve our communities. And this was at the district attorney's candlelight vigil in Palm Desert. And this was during Victims' Rights Week. I go every year. And as much as I like to go because I want to be supportive, it's also very painful to be there. Especially when you hear the names of the individuals that were victims that have died as a result. And especially their ages. You have young kids, 3 years old, 8 years old, 15-year-olds, 23-year-olds that die, they lose their life through a violent crime. And so obviously I'll continuously go to support those families and to support our district attorney, Mike Hestron, the district attorney's office, our law enforcement. But this event is just, every single time I leave, I'm heartbroken and it's painful. It takes me a while to get over it. But I felt that it was important for me to speak to it very quickly here at least, take a few minutes. And it was a good crowd. It was very windy, and then it calmed down. But it was still a good crowd. And just one last thing, just want to say, to the families, obviously, there's no way that I can feel what you feel. I've never been through anything like that. But know, though, that you have friends and you have support. Okay, slide 3. This is my last slide, folks, and this was a great event. This is with our veterans. This is the inaugural. I call it the inaugural because it's the first one. And it's the 4th District Veterans Conversation at the American Legion. This is in Indio. And it was actually a breakfast. And usually what happens is that you have your rep coming in from the different districts. And they're all members of the Riverside County Veterans Advisory Committee. And this has been going on for years where they actually get together and they go to a restaurant. For example, they go to Sloan's restaurant, which is a great restaurant. But it only lends itself to, those few individuals that get to go and maybe have a little bit extra cash to pay for the breakfast. Well, I wanted to change it up, and I want to transform it. I want to welcome every veteran that wants to come, whether you can pay for it or not. You all figure it out. And so we figured it out, and it was awesome. Rather than going to the restaurant, we went to the American Legion, rightly so. And I'll tell you, the post, the membership, cooked up a storm, man. I think there were some of the best scrambled eggs, sausage, potatoes, and pancakes I've had in a long time. And Starbucks coffee if you actually like to have coffee. They started working around maybe 5 in the morning. And it was a great breakfast. We started at 7:30 with breakfast, and then the conversation began at 9, and we ended around close to 11. It was a great turnout, and I want to say thank you to all the 9 different programs that were there from the county to talk about the different projects and ways in which they can be helpful to our veterans. Like property tax waivers, for example, or car tags, or what have you. A lot of VA concerns. Obviously, that's federal. But nonetheless, though, we can try to be helpful there. And rather than, as well, having a gathering where they're being told what we do, and that's pretty much it. Usually that's what happens. I didn't want that. I wanted a discussion. I wanted a conversation. And so that's what it lends itself as well in this space where we had some back and forth. And we heard from veterans themselves what their concerns are and what their needs are, as opposed to them only hearing what we provide. They heard that too, but we also heard from them. And I think that's important. And one thing that I thought stood out for me, which we're going to make sure we change, is on our website, and I think even the county website, it's very difficult for folks to navigate veteran services. And a veteran suggested, why not have it right in the beginning? Press this button if you want to know more about veterans. Veteran services, veteran programs. Just click right here. Big and bold. That makes sense to me. Why not? So I'm going to work on that. And we have quite a list of homework But I also want to thank our director, Adam French, for being there. My MC, Edward Robles. There's Kyla, as you can see. DRD was there. Jaime from Economic Development. I mean, we had folks from Sunline that provides transportation as well for our veterans, and now they're going to provide a better service where they don't have to wait. They can just make a phone call. So in any event, this is the first of many. People really enjoyed it. People really liked it, and they asked me that we need to do this more often, so we're going to try to do this twice a year. And the next one we want to try to have is going to be in Palm Springs. So staff, gear up, because this is important. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Just real quick, actually, a whole list of events, but such a variety of things that have been happening in our communities. You heard from my colleagues and myself. Michelle's Place they're a cancer resource, mainly for women, but they did an event in Canyon Lake called Hope Lights the Night, and it was very solemn, and it was really a very touching night of not only just to raise funds, but cancer awareness, which is really what it's all about. Sometimes we don't take heed to it until it's right in front of us, happening to somebody we know or ourselves. Then we had the opportunity for the 28th Annual YAC Summit, our Youth Advisory Committee. Thank you, Jacob, and the team who are all there, Rory. Guys do an incredible job, and I thought the speakers were really interesting. So they hit high school age kids and then us older folks. But it was a wonderful day that offers opportunity for our kids. They're kind of the last big event for the year. I also had the opportunity to attend the Corona Norco YMCA Healthy Kids Day. And there was 3 kids events right back to back. Follow from that, there was just about bringing kids together with families, all kinds of different activities and events there. And then at the same time was the 100 Mile Club was doing their Run for Kids. So we're really pushing the activities with our kids, healthy eating, healthy everything. And then it culminated that night at for the Corona Norco Unified School District. They did a Festival of Arts, and it's gotten bigger and bigger each year. And it was 3 floors at the community center of just artwork by the kids within the school district. So incredible. Assistance League, which is an organization that really helps our youth, our children, our communities, a 501c3. And they did some awards, and I really was very proud of one of the awards that they gave, and that was Bicycles for Children. I've been supporting them for over 20 years. And this organization every year gives bicycles out for Christmas, and it started with just a handful, and we do over 1,000 bike building in December and distribute them out for Christmas. So it's really very heartwarming to see kids who would never have a bicycle if they weren't giving it. So, and then the Lake Elsinore School District did their Crystal Apple Awards. We did the Corona Norco one last month, and this is just recognizing teachers. What's interesting about this award is it's the students nominating the teachers and then presenting the awards. So it's very unique. I really enjoyed going to those. And then we also had the National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and we had our vigil here in Riverside. I know the Manny talked about his out in the desert, where we read the names of those victims that were murdered by people who should never have had that opportunity. But anyway, I won't get into that. But we read their names, and it was at the historic courthouse, so it's very solemn, and really giving families an opportunity to recognize and keep remembering. And then we read the names because it goes back to when someone dies, we won't forget them if we read their names. So this is an annual event, and we every year go and read the names. Then this past weekend we had called One World, One Family, and this nonprofit does a medical camp with health screening. We've been doing it since 2002, and they've had 35 different camps within the district. Incredible. People line up a couple hours before it even opens and get the free services. At least not all services can be performed there, but they've done mammograms and all kinds of health and dental eyeglasses that get right then and there. So it's been really helping our community with some of the medical needs. And being Earth Day this past week, Eastville did an Earth Day cleanup. This is their 7th annual Earth Day cleanup that we go out in the community, and they've got 400 or 500 people throughout the city of Eastville in different areas just doing cleanup, just having a Saturday morning cleaning up. And to go along with what Manny was sharing about with the veterans, I attended the 15th annual Gold and Blue Star Mothers Luncheon. And it's a time that the mothers who have children, some of the spouses, but it's really a time of they get together on an annual basis to recognize the Gold Star are those that have lost a child, and the Blue Star are those that have somebody serving. So it really is a very touching time to hear some of the stories. And last night, I ended my week before the meeting with an opportunity to listen to Eva Schneider. She is a Holocaust survivor, which we don't have very many Holocaust survivors left to hear their story. She's 93, and she titles herself From Auschwitz to Hope. And it was very, very touching. So thank you for listening. With that, we will be heading up for closed session. And I do know that we have Brad back on. Brad, are you on? I just want to get Brad again. Is he on? Okay.
Yes, hi. Am I there?
You're here.
Okay, thanks. I heard you introduce me, but I didn't get the prompt at that's what you called. Anyway, it's not important. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Ransom Lodge, currently. And I just wanted to talk on your closed session topics. Now, I've done this before, and hopefully you can impact changes to comply with California's law. And I've done this in the city of Ransom Lodge, and it took them roughly about a year to comply, but hopefully you will eventually. Just like your public hearing items that you had earlier today, you never provided a staff report prior to the public speakers being, I wouldn't say mandated, but being asked to provide testimony. And you need to do this with your public hearing items too. I mean, for the closed session items. It needs to be a verbal announcement of the topics at hand or the agenda items from your legal counsel or any staff member. And then when you go into closed session and come out, I think the last meeting you adjourned the meeting, and then really you were in recess because you came back out. And you need to do that every time. You need to address the public once you come out of closed session with any report of harassment or no report of harassment. So the board needs to meet. I think Mr. Washington left, but he needs maybe to be docked A for this. But anyway, people, I'm getting critical, but you need to abide by law. I know you can change law at your will, but let's go ahead and try to be fair and honest and ethical. And that's all I have. Thank you. Bye.
Brad, before you hang up, we do that every meeting. Do you hang up? For anybody else who cares or hears that, he is absolutely incorrect on his information. And those of you who've been around, we come back down and we report out any action that was taken that is reportable. We have county counsel and other attorneys in our meeting. We're not going to be doing anything wrong, lying, being dishonest. I think that's really kind of disheartening to hear that. So anyway, before we go to county counsel, we do have memorials.
Yes, I have one, Madam Chair, and if we could put the picture up as well. This is from a gentleman. He was actually a friend of mine. As we end today's meeting, I would like to take a moment to recognize and honor the life of, if you don't know, of Director Dan Hughes, an elected official of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Parks Recreation District, whose passing has left a deep void in our community. Dan passed away on March 15, 2026, following unexpected health complications. His loss is felt not only by the Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation and Park District, but by countless residents, friends, and families throughout the Pass area. For many, Dan was much more than a public servant. He was a trusted friend, a source of guidance, an advocate, a supporter, and someone whose presence brought comfort and consistency. He built genuine relationships with people from all walks of life, and he cared deeply for those around him. Many children actually lovingly knew him as Grandpa Dan, a name that reflected the kindness and warmth he naturally shared. Dan began serving on the district board, interestingly, in 2004, so almost 22 years of elected service, and devoted more than all of those opportunities for local families. He strongly believed that parks and recreation created stronger neighborhoods, brought people together, and provided spaces where memories are made. And because of that belief, he gave his time and energy to helping the district grow and serve future generations. He also had a special passion for youth athletics. Dan spent many years supporting the Beaumont Youth Baseball and worked to ensure baseball and softball programs remained strong for local children. He understood the value of teamwork, mentorship, and giving young people positive places to grow. And anyone involved in the community knew who Dan was, because you would always see him at all of the local events, and I mean that, all the local events, ribbon cuttings, fundraisers, public meetings, celebrations. He went everywhere. Dan was admired by many and appreciated by even more. His legacy will continue through the parks he championed, the programs he supported, and the many lives he influenced through his generosity and dedication. On behalf of this board, we extend our sincere condolences to the Hughes family and to everyone mourning this loss. Dan will be greatly missed as a friend and as a community advocate, and his memory will remain an important part of the past area.
Supervisor Medina or Perez, okay. I would like to include Karen Ann Sirska Martin into our memorials today. She passed away on April 15th in Norco, where she had lived the past 35 years. She received an associate degree in nursing in 1980, BS in nursing in 1983, and a master's in nursing from Long Beach State in 1990. She married her husband Frank in 1989. And the proudest achievement, she says, was the 3 children, Lindsay, Jessica, and Christopher. She was extremely proud of her Ukrainian heritage, and during her middle school years, she danced as part of a folk dance ensemble associated with the Los Angeles Ukrainian Culture Center. In addition, she sang and participated with a Ukrainian youth group. Karen was a nurse for over 45 years. We heard that today with somebody that's been with the county in public health for 45 years. In the last 28 years was at Kaiser in Riverside as an assistant medical group administrator and chief nursing officer. It's no exaggeration to say that Karen loved the nursing profession. She expanded her influence beyond the arena of the hospital with her 40-year involvement with the American Heart Association and 27 years service as a member of the statewide local health workforce initiative committee. During the mid-1990s, she and her mother traveled to Ukraine to assist the education of missionary nurses with promoting the 21st century healthcare practices. Karen believed it was important to support the Norco community by participating in countless school fundraisers, holding positions on PTAs, and a member of the Corona Norco School District Health Curriculum Advisory Committee, as well as many other activities in Norco, as well as past chairman of the Norco Area Chamber Board of Directors. She has a long list of her involvement in traveling, and her just was a really wonderful woman. She died, she was very active with a group I've mentioned in the past, Support Sisters, and always gave back to others because she was so blessed with what she had. So thank you very much. Mr. Van Wyden, do you have anything? Mr. Min?
Thank you, Chair. The board has need to meet in closed session for the items listed at the bottom of the agenda. We do not have any reportable action today. Thank you.
What's the pleasure? Straight up, you want to wait 15, 20 minutes?
Well, some of them are fill out. I have to fill out pretty soon, but whatever your pleasure is.
I can go, you want to go straight up? You've eaten? 5 minutes, okay.
Goodbye.